And welcome back to tonight's episode of OneTapTales. A bunch of Australian first-time D&D players getting together, playing Dungeons and Dragons. There's nothing better than it. So thank you all for returning. Before we get into tonight's episode, the first episode of our first campaign here on the OneTapTales table, we've got a bit of a shout out to tonight's energy drink sponsor, Poggers Energy Drink. 0 sugar, 200 milligrams of caffeine, 30 servings at a great price. They've got Pog Pop, sour watermelon, sour apple flavors, and even sleep serum instead of energy drinks. They're absolutely insane. Go check them out. There's exclamation point Poggers in the chat. Also, my code OneTap gets you 10% off your first order and all ongoing orders. And you support myself. I drink it on the regular. It gives me energy to boot. I absolutely love it. And again, the expenditures for it, you get stickers, you get shakers, you get drinks, you get powders, all of that. It's so worth it. But that concludes our sponsors. Let's go see our good friends over in the table.
Hard.
Hello, friends.
Oh.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. How we doing?
Fabulous.
Yeah,
Cool.
There's some people
Who was
in
that?
this house.
Who was that?
There's some people in this house. Also, before we start, Bacon dropping a tier 1 sub for the 72nd month, 44 months in a row. Can we get some love in the chat for Bacon? Also, Drago dropping down 5 gifted subs before we started going out
I
to.
got one of those.
You did, going out to X Big Girl, Joshua Wab, Cat Stinky X. It's Yo-Yo Time and Gex666. Please at the gifter Drago and say thank you, and also to all those people I just listed off. Welcome back to Good Burger, home of the Good Burger. Can't take your order again. I appreciate y'all. Now, let's get immersed. Let's get into it, shall we? So, where we start our fantastic tale is on the continent of Scoresden, in the world of Usuzan. I'm hoping I pronounced that. I wrote it. Usuzan. War, arcana, death machines, and metal, all about, has concluded and subsided. We see a continent of no war currently. Minor battles, minor evil, but hush to this age of, again, arcana, death machine, steel, and growth. Scoresden being one of the more populated of intelligent entity and civilization and community, sees growth in its larger cities and also in its farmer cities. The populi now relying solely on the growth of the major cities and the upkeep of what they have. But hush across the continent as we see a new light, a new dawn after major war. That once we see peace, we see harmony across the people, and we see again growth. Where we pick up the night sky above, the stars shimmering, a clear sky, and a large moon covering the light over this small one street city. We enter with a small hooded figure traveling in from, well, they can tell you. Bubbles, where are you coming from currently into this small town?
Coming from my little hut out in the woods. Just over, quite a little bit away. Nice little hike.
And can you describe what kind of figure they would be seeing entering the town? You don't have to be too descriptive. You're cloaked as you are aware, but maybe how big you are and what the odd occupant might see walking down the street.
Probably just a small little tiny figure going. Probably covered up pretty well, but with some nice bright pink hair sticking out.
Fantastic. So
Nothing
Bubbles,
too revealing.
Bubbles, you've wandered into this small one street city. There's not too much about it. The houses are rustic, wooden. The population here probably just general trader to maybe just city folk that live inland from the farms. They potentially work out on the farms themselves, but the city itself is not a massive economic staple of the town. Like the area itself is more just a run through. But as you approach with the night sky above you, it seems to be that everyone has subsided into their homes, concluded for the night, except for the bustling sounds that we all know of, a pub. What would you like to do, Bubbles?
definitely gonna walk towards the pub.
Yep.
Try and meet some new clientele.
Mm.
Sell some things.
Mm.
Maybe
So-
sell some things. Maybe not.
Lovely. So as you walk down, just looking around again, the night sky, the large moon giving enough light to sort of give an idea of what the surroundings are and how the city does look. You do approach the Whistlers, the the Whistle Wettlers Inn.
Say again?
The Whistle Wetters Inn.
Wetters?
Wetters, to wet your whistle.
Okay.
From the top.
The Whistle Wetters Inn.
Okay.
I like this place already.
Yeah.
Okay.
As you approach, it's very, very rustic, old western for us. Saloon-like doors, a little porch on the outside. You can see one of the locals, an older gentleman, humanoid, out on the porch, basically asleep with a half beer on the hand, like the armrest of the bench there, out cold. You'd think to be like the town drunk or potentially a farmer that's just traveled inland and had a few too many to get his way home.
I'd like to look in my bag or perhaps make a quick little concoction to kind of force down his throat so he doesn't get a hangover.
Cool. Let's go with, just roll a general medicine check for me.
Ooh, that's a 13. Lucky
13?
number 13.
13. For yourself, obviously, with your background, it's easy enough to get something that's not going to, make him feel fantastic in the morning, but at least it's going to subside any major pains. You see that he's open mouth snoring, so you pour this concoction, dear darling, staying asleep, but manages to get it down. And well enough that he will wake up in the morning and not be too rough, but again, not feeling like it's the best day of his life.
I then would also like to somehow leave a little note that says, "Feeling good in the morning? ? Come find Bubbles."
Do you have any sharp objects that you might have that you can carve into the wood mantle potentially?
Yeah, I got a sickle.
A sickle? Perfect. So you carve your message in just in front of where he would be sitting, so when he does arise, the first thing he sees is like a little message to him, to themselves in the wood.
All right, and then I'm just gonna head in.
So how are they going to call you though?
That's for them to find out.
Love it. All right, so you head on in. Very well lit pub. It's funny, this is probably the best manufactured building in the town. So it's a large 2-story building. You can see towards the bar, it does have a bit of an upper decking area where you'd believe that potentially that's where they're obviously the inside would be, where they would obviously keep a lot of the people that are sleeping. But large bar, few people scattered everywhere. It's not a crazy loud bar, but it has enough people and occupants to keep good business there. But you also see at the end, manning the bar is a small dwarven lady. Oh no, sorry, gnomish lady.
I'd like to go up to her, make a little small talk.
Yeah. So you approach her. She's out there just sort of cleaning a drink. What will it be, lassie?
Nothing at the moment, but any drunk people? Any too drunk people?
Drunk people.
I mean, okay, listen, everyone's gonna be drunk, but
you look left, you look right, drunk? You'll see all the drunk people.
Too drunk.
I wouldn't say too drunk. The one over there, he wasn't drinking, but he's sleeping. And you take over a look, and you see passed out a figure. Could I get Jorg to describe what Bubbles sees asleep on the wall?
So she'd see a 6-foot, relatively skinny-ish tiefling. they'd be wearing very traditional sailors' clothing, with a like a blue sailor's jacket, two horns coming out of his head, with just best way I could describe would be kind of like a cat's tail with no fur, but it comes down to a very fine point at the very bottom.
That one's been sleeping for about 2 hours now. But I don't think he's drunk. I think he's just tired.
Great. I'll head over there.
Ooh, so you make your way over to this figure who is definitely asleep, parched up. You can tell by the sitting stance that this is a fatigue sleep, because he's got that one leg out, one leg bent, arm on the leg, sort of, and head hunched down. So it seems like this figure has been, yeah, they've been adventuring. They've been doing some stuff. They are fatigued. They're not drunk.
I would like to whip up a little shum to give them, maybe a little too caffeinated. And then before I give it to them, I would like to push them off of the chair that they're sitting in.
Oh, they're not on a chair, so they're sitting at the corner of like the wall and floor, so they're on the ground.
Oh, perfect. I'll just shove them.
Shove them over.
Yeah.
Give me a strength test check for me.
Ooh. Ooh. Oh, I got 15.
15. How much do you weigh, Yorg, roughly?
I'd say 80 kilos.
Yeah, with a 15, that'll be enough. So you walk over, you whip up this concoction, and as you do, you kind of get a foot to the shoulder and just push, and you end up on your side, Yorg. I would say enough to awake you from your slumber.
I think Yorg would just more open his eyes and look around in a confusion, because, like, being in his sailor garb, he has got a history in sailing. So it wouldn't surprise him, because he'd be so used to the waves being rocky and knocking boats around all the time, that this would just be a normal thing for him.
Yeah.
So he'd just more like groggily like wake up.
Yeah,
Just
cool.
very confused.
Give me a perception check for me.
I'm certain can. I got a 17.
17. So with that awakening, you do notice to your side this cloaked figure that gives you the thought that that's potentially who has pushed you over, and it wasn't just the waves crashing.
What do you want?
I would like to quickly shove the concoction in his mouth.
Cool.
Could I try to fight?
Absolutely. So this would be a contested strength roll. So both of you roll strength, whoever has the higher.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
What'd you roll?
The history comes back. I got a 7.
7?
I got a nat 20.
Natural 20.
Oh, no.
You...
So
So
very fatigued.
yeah, so you go to like swat. You see this concoction coming your way, and like you think you're like quick to swipe, and it's just a flurry of hands and things until you are basically being bottle fed this concoction. Describe the taste for us there, Mara. That you've Bubbles, that was made up.
Nice. It's like a really bitter tea. Just one might even say an unsweetened green tea. Super caffeinated. Super nom nom.
It's super tasty. It's super really good. You'll really like it.
It's going down really well.
It's really good.
Really tasty, guys, I swear.
As the last little bits drop into the back of your throat, Yorg, you suddenly feel like it's time to get to work. Like you are feeling zapped up energy. You've had your morning breakfast and your cup of joe. Like you are feeling dandy. still exhausted but ready to go.
Sorry.
There you go. You go.
Oh, what the fuck? This isn't rum. What? Where's the rum? What are we doing?
You just hear at the counter, rum. Well, I'll get some fucking rum for you. And she turns, and you don't quite get you hear what is said, sort of, but you do get the inkling that she's called out to someone. The tender has shouted out to a certain someone to bring down some rum. Can I get Loris? Are you bringing down the rum?
Yes. So, from out the back, you see like a doorway that goes through to a cellar, and you don't see anything because it's sort of dark back there. But all you hear is a massive crash as Loris walks towards the doorway and forgets to duck, and he has headbutted the top of the beam. Oh, sugar, my mistake. As he ducks down and then brings out a bottle of rum and places it gently on the counter, but makes a massive thud because he has no control.
Rum,
ma'am?
The bartender turns. It's always good to have him a second hand as a bodyguard too. Describe what you look like.
Look, I am a monster of a man. So everyone knows what a Goliath looks like. I am about a foot taller than a normal Goliath. I am a monster of a human. As wide as I am tall, dark grey skin, bald, just a hulking mass of a creature.
Love it. She turns to you. Well, I'm glad I got back to see you. How was the lunch rush?
Oh, it was pretty slow paced as usual. I dealt with the not so welcoming guests as I normally do.
It's always good to have you. So back to obviously the caffeinated Jorgen bubbles.
So was it you that requested the rum?
Yep. And I think it'd just be bolting upright off the floor, charging to the bar, and just grabbing the bottle and sculling the whole bottle.
As you do this, Bubbles, you catch a glimpse of someone that's sort of really off in the corner in the dark, just gives off a little like and keeps to themselves.
I'd like to just kind of keep my eye on them for now, and then turn to this person who I don't know. His name is Jorg.
Yeah.
And hit the if you feel good, come find Bubbles, and then just walk off. Nothing else. Don't let him say anything. Just walk off. Try and find another very drunk person.
I feel like. Sorry.
You go.
I feel like Jorg would be so focused on sculling the bottle that he kind of noticed you walked up to him, didn't hear a word you said, and just kept sculling.
Instead of taking the bottle, because I've put it on the counter, I haven't let it go yet. Do we want to have like a strength test to see if he can yank it out of my hand?
So you've basically placed it down, and Jorg is so quick to grab it, and you're just like, yeah.
So how about I pour you a drink?
How much do you want that bottle, Jorg?
I'll take a drink.
All right, give me a strength test. So contest a strength roll. While you're doing that, Bubbles, can you also give me a stealth check, please?
No fucking. I got so close. I got a 17.
17. Is that with your modifier?
Yeah, that was so close to being a nat 20. I watched the dice get so close.
You know what? I got an 18.
18. So,
son of a bitch.
It's basically the Predator handshake, except it's wrapped around the bottles. You've got obviously Loris at the top holding the bottle. Your grabs, and you just feel this tug it until Loris pulls away the bottle and is currently holding it to if Loris would like to supply a drink, absolutely
So
can.
I'll grab a cup, a glass from the shelf, and place it on the counter, and pour a modest drink
Lovely.
because I am aware at how intent this rum is wanted.
Lovely. Bubbles, what did you get on your stealth check?
I'm gonna be honest. I think my dice are rigged because I got a nat 20, so it would be 22.
A natural 2022. Okay. So you
I think
keep
my dice are rigged.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. So the figure in the corner has not quite noticed that you are peeping at this present moment. Can I get Alia, whilst obviously hearing all this commotion, keeping yourself very much to yourself in the corner and noticing very quickly a little glimpse your way, but not noticing any further eyes at you? What are you feeling right now?
I'm probably more just scouting, seeing what's going on, seeing if there's any issues or problems I should avoid. Seeing someone spot me, I sort of try and back further into the corner, if that makes sense, like into the shadows a bit more, just not wanting to be seen or noticed.
Yeah, absolutely. Roll me an insight check for me.
That's a 7.
A 7. With a 7, you can't really make out the characters enough to really figure out if you're in any danger per se, physically or legally, from the characters. So you think it's best to keep to yourself at the present moment. As you have this insight check, though, another figure walks into the bar, cloaked, head down, just sort of panders in and stops at the door. Thief, what would you do in this situation? You've walked into two quite hefty men, one a lot shorter than the other, wrestling over a glass of rum or a bottle of rum, and one being poured, and you see this other hooded figure sort of working their way across the bar. What's happening?
I'd be like trying to keep my head down, trying to like not bring attention to myself and just head straight over to the bar.
Okay.
And would ask the lovely bartender for a drink.
Well, another cloaked figure. We got some mystery in here tonight. Whoa! What will we be having, sweetie?
Just a shot of rum.
Rum, as a classic. Well, you have to talk to the big guy if you want the rum. He's not been handing it over very quickly. And she points you to the direction of the large Goliath figure.
I think I'd look over my shoulder and be like, maybe not rum. What else do you have behind the bar?
Don't worry, he's a big old sweetie. He's strong, but he's got a good heart, I promise you. Just ask him.
I've overheard this and already grabbed a shot glass out and put it on the counter, looking your way.
I'll like sigh that I have to walk over, and I'll head over to.
Just drops head like, oh,
Yeah.
I have to talk to the adults.
Looks up. Can I have the rum, sir?
So you've poured a glass for our good friend Thief here?
Yep. Poured a shot glass, poured a shot of rum, and it is waiting expectantly on the about midway along the counter.
The gnomish woman looks at you and goes, pour yourself one. You're off duty now. You don't have to. No more work for you tonight.
Well, if you do say so, and I'll pour myself a shot and go to hand the spare shot glass to Thief.
It's still 5 silver
and try
pieces
to-
for you. You're still paying for it, but you can start drinking if you want.
I start pouring it back into the bottle.
Ah,
Yep.
pour it again, you silly bastard.
So I motion the glass towards Thief, and then I hold up my shot, like expecting to like cheers.
So
I would. Oh,
no, you go.
I would take the glass and shot it down, like shot it straight up, put the glass back down, refill. I'm so focused on getting the drink, I haven't even noticed
Not even notice the cheers.
the cheers.
I'll just be like, I'll look at him like, okay, just cheers myself.
Yeah, just a self cheers, like ding.
Yeah.
How
Accidentally
tall-
shattered the glass.
What were you gonna say, York?
How how tall would Thief?
How tall are you, Thief?
I'd say I'm probably like 5'11", 6 footish.
5'11", but 6'4" in your Tinder profile. Love that.
I feel attacked.
Love that. So I say I'm 5'10" and a half, but I say I'm 6 foot. It's always great.
I feel like Yorg haven't, assuming Yorg would have noticed Thief's presence within the vicinity of him. After he had finished his rum, he would have not smash, but like really roughly smacked the glass against the bench, and look at Thief and go, "You're a brooding bastard, aren't you?" And expectantly wait for a refill.
I would completely ignore it 'cause I'm trying to avoid
Conversation.
avoid attention.
Yeah.
Come on, let's be friends. And Yorg would come around and just swing open wide arm around your shoulder, trying to be buddy, even though we have no idea who the other one is.
Is this turning into a drinking contest?
Well, if you'd say so.
Thief, are you
I'll look over at
are you gonna allow the over shoulder hug?
I think I would, I suppose, try and evade it.
Yeah. Okay. Give me a dexterity save for me.
That is a 20.
A 20.
Son of a bitch!
You managed to
don't need
like
come in here.
as the arm starts coming around, you basically like slide the stool like it's an electric chair, like a you know those like stairwell chairs that can move by themselves. You basically and you just like slide down one, and you just reposition yourself, glass in hand, still, and you just sort of look over. It's like
Chair's just moved.
yeah, and with this loud.
Oh, it's drinking contest for two then.
Now everyone looks in your direction.
Yeah, Thief, you have pulled a lot of attention with that one. Alia, you have now heard the screech of the chair. Bubbles, wherever you currently are, you just heard that screech too, and eyes are on Thief right now.
I think I would like try and like sheepishly like sort of try and like hide my face and just sort of like look down and
Loris,
I'll-
look,
are you pouring another drink?
I'll notice Thief like wanting to have his be out of the limelight. I'll look over at the bartender with the remaining bottle of rum and be like, "How much for the remaining? We're gonna go take a table."
Well, you've gone through half the bottle, and that's 15 silver points. Take the rest of the bottle. Call it commission. But
You're a gem, you know that.
you'll bet. Thief and York, though, you will need to deduct 5 silver pieces if you would like to obviously pay for that drink, or you will be stealing. Same as yourself, Loris. 5 silver pieces.
I'll dig through my coin purse and I will put 5 silver pieces on the countertop.
If it makes it easy, if you've just got the currency of gold pieces, you can deduct it away. I believe it's 10 silver pieces is a gold piece, and then 10 gold pieces is a platinum, if I'm correct. So basically, take one.
That's correct.
Yeah, so take half a gold piece away.
Have Loris bite that shit in half.
Yeah.
Give you a half piece.
There you go, love. So all through a thief and Yorg, are you paying, or are you going to try to steal?
Yeah, I will be paying.
I don't like
I
Yorg's
couldn't
smile.
I couldn't get it to take half a gold piece, so I reckon Yorg would just throw
just
down
get
a
it-
full gold
Oh.
piece and be like, "There's your tip, barkeep." And then I'd assume Loris would walk out from behind the bar, and being so much taller than me, Yorg would just smack Loris on the ass and go, "Let's have a drink."
What's Loris's response to
3.
a nice spanking?
Because I've been working in the bar for a couple of days, just trying to get a feel for the adventuring life. I would say I'm used to it.
Nice. You're a stripper on the side, aren't you? Well, let's be real here.
It's how he makes his money.
He's gonna start taking armor off as we drink.
Loris works at the Tattered Turnic, the strip joint down the way. So you're all grabbing it. You three are grabbing a table.
Yep.
I'll gesture towards the table that's off in the corner a little bit hidden away.
Lovely.
I'm following you, boss.
Thief,
All right, let's go.
you following behind?
I think Thief would stay at the bar for the time being. I think I'd stay at the bar.
So staying singled out by yourself. Cool. I like it.
For the time being.
Yep. Bubbles, what's going on with you at the moment? And same as Alia, you're just sort of bystanders.
I would have heard the screech and tried to have watched everything go on since then, and hopefully have taken notice that they are in fact going to take part in a drinking game. Rub my hands together and go, science.
Mhm.
Kind of just
Um,
wait for them to get drunk.
Love that.
Alia would probably she'd slowly inch forward, noticing that everyone was all immersed in whatever was happening at the bar. She'd sort of come out of the shadows, but still stick to the outside, just still trying to gauge whether it's safe for her
Yep.
to come out yet.
Give me another insight check for me. This time the DC is lower.
Could I, being so juiced up with energy and looking for drinking buddies, roll to see if I notice Alia?
Yeah, roll a perception check for me. You know what? Because you are so buzzed and you are alert, roll it with advantage.
That insight check was at 16.
16, perfect. So for yourself, no law personnel or anyone that would be of threat to you, as you would know, would be acting this way. These people are travelers, adventurers, or just common folk. They're no threat to you.
I got a 15 for my perception.
15, you absolutely see in the corner this figure sort of lurching forward with intent to, are they safe? Are they not? And with that, Alia, can you please describe yourself or what they see?
So she's probably a 6'1" orc, quite muscular, with ankle shackles around her legs from previous adventures. She probably has quite a few scars down her legs and arms, some more noticeable than the others. And she'd probably be wearing dirty but not super, like moderately clean clothes, just coming back from a task or task that was given to her from a different group of people.
Perfect. What would you do with your? What would you like to do with your new perception there, York? Now that you've spotted another person that looks like they may be leaning into the fact that you're not dangerous to them, but still keeping to themselves.
I feel like Yorg would just be so keen to have drinking buddies to join in this drinking contest. He would just yell out across the entire bar, pulling everyone's attention unintentionally, and just be like, "Oh, you beauty, come and have a drink!" And we'd kind of like gesture over to me and Loris and the booth we're heading to.
Who's taking said invitation that is currently not already at that table?
Just
I think
then
at this
as-
point, I would venture over.
Yep.
I would follow the rum.
Follow the rum. Just as
just
you're
to
about to
stay
let
hidden.
you go,
Sorry.
you go. No, you're good.
Just to stay hidden and quiet more than anything, Alia would probably get over there as quickly as she could, but not really. Like, it's more to herself and would sit with them, but not partake in the drinking.
Cool. So sort of slots over. Also, as you're leaving, Thief, the bartender, she just reaches down, pulls up one, and goes, "Have at him. You won't beat him," and just pass you another bottle of rum to take to the table.
I will grab it in my right
Mhm.
right hand, walk it over to the table.
And Bubbles,
Thank her for the bottle.
she just
Are
gives you a
they-
wink.
Are they at like a booth or like a table?
Just a big round table, so could probably seat 8 if needed be. Think about like an old Western like poker table, like could fit a party of people there.
I would like to use my height to my advantage and try and not be super noticeable. That way I can still listen in for when they get too drunk.
Cool. So you're sort of going to be on the outskirts, and you sort of like lean up against the post, being nonchalant.
Yeah. Like very slowly creeping in, waiting right time.
Thief, give me an insight check. Bubbles, give me a stealth check. As the others are not partaking to you, but Thief is going to pass you on the way through.
You say insight?
Insight.
6.
16.
12.
Yeah, 1-6.
1-6. So for the 12, you stay mostly hidden there, Bubbles. Like, you get the idea that no one from the table sees you. However, you're not really checking your shoulders to see if anyone else partakes. Thief, as you pass, there's a like a sub expression in Bubbles' face of like, this means business, which could be they're betting with someone, something about this is going to make them profit, or there is something advantageous about this group drinking by themselves. You're not quite sure.
I think I would just I take a mental note of it. Keep heading to the table.
Perfect. And you take a seat.
Yeah, I'll
Perfect.
put the fresh bottle table.
Awesome. Now, who is partaking in said drinking game?
Yorg, obviously.
Mhm.
Loris is.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I'm partaking in a drinking game, but I will sit down and enjoy a couple of drinks.
Perfect. So there's 3 of you. There'll be 12 drinks total. So that means 4 each. Now, what will happen is each time you have a shot, you will take a constitution roll. If you fail, you will throw up. and you will be out of the game. If you don't, you pour it down, you feel good, you move on to the next round. Each time the Constitution DC is going to grow higher each time you play. Be aware, throwing up may cause some consequences for further rolls that you might make. So, do you play ego or do you play for the game? But, as said, there are 3 people taking their first drink. Can everyone please make a Constitution save for me?
Before we do that, I feel like Jorg, being so exasperated at the moment and full of energy, would jump in and just be like, why don't we make it interesting? 10 gold pieces for each person to whoever wins.
A bet has
I'm
been
sorry,
placed.
Sailor Boy. I'm not a betting man.
I think I would. I will take you up on that offer.
2 buyers. Anyone else?
I think it's just you and me.
I'll say, Loris, make an intimidation check for me. As you've said this with the intent of no gambling here, please. Just give me an intimidation check.
21.
Oh,
Sorry, I was just drinking then. Did you say 21?
Yes. Yeah.
Jorg, you get the very high understanding that Loris is going to play with no bet, and you can't stop that. And also, if he wins, he's taking your money. He's a bully.
I feel like Jorg wouldn't care because at least one person's joined in on the betting.
Perfect. All right. Well, 3 drinks have been poured. Let me see a Constitution save from everyone. Very low
Same.
DC.
Cool. 15.
You are fine.
Out of 22.
You are fine.
12.
You are fine. Everyone puts down 1 drink. Nice little. That's some good rum. This is barrel tasting rum. You know, it's good for someone who is like well aged into drinking, not like new to drinking. Like they're like, oh, I want this rum to be spiced. This is like a barrel in a glass, and it is chef's kiss.
Oh, it reminds me of the ships. Would be all Jorg says after smashing the first one.
This is just like the rum back home.
I would probably stay quiet for the
You just put it down
Next
and poker
shot's been
face it.
poured.
yeah, basically.
Yeah, you're just like, click, bump, gone. All right.
Well,
You're a
whatever.
silent
It is
bastard.
what it is.
Speak up.
I'm gonna ignore the
Just tapping the glass.
the taunt.
Next one.
All right. Cool. So we've got a second glass. Who's putting it down? All 3 is?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Go for it. DC's up by 3. That's all I can say.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Fuck.
Give me the numbers.
Rolled a 6.
I rolled an 11.
And a 12.
Okay. So, the first thing you see is Jorg. Jorg puts it down. A little bit of a twist to the head, but it's fine. Loris puts it down.
I know.
A tilt to the head. It's fine. Thief, on the other hand, it's the touch warmer than you would think it would be. And as it hits the back, it doesn't quite make it down. And you just tilt over to the side. And you let go a bath. Not a lot, but enough that's like, yeah, you can't handle it.
I'm
You're-
promptly running over there. Running, booking it.
All right. Thief is out. Bubbles, anything you want to say to said throw upper?
No, I just want to shove shit down his throat.
All right. Let me Give me a medicine check. If you can get a 16 or higher, you'll remove the consequences of the throw up.
I got a
Otherwise,
+5.
otherwise you are just pouring something down his throat.
I think Yorg would be there too, trying to like stand over the top of Bubbles, like waiting for the thief to cough up the 10 gold he bet.
What's that? Is that more alcohol?
I got a 21.
21, perfect.
Yeah, that +5. Whew.
That's big. Well, even you got the 16 without the
Oh, yeah.
plus. So
5.
you knock this back. Well, actually, thief, do you want to drink this?
If I'm just thrown up, I probably wouldn't want to assume anything else. So I'd probably be trying to fight.
Oh, we're scrapping.
Now, do you want to try to strength this, Bubbles, or do you want to try to persuade?
I'll try to persuade.
Cool. What do you say?
The strength.
Yeah,
Listen
you
here,
you
you
dodged a
little
bullet, buddy.
My -3.
Yeah.
Oh, I should have. No, I have a +0.
he has a strength of 5.
Oh.
He is a bitch. All right, what are you saying to try to persuade thief?
If he's, are you still sitting in your chair, like
Yeah,
throwing up, or are you,
just sort of
like,
hunched over, quick little and out.
I'd probably have to stand on my little tippy toes to whisper in his ear like a little freak and go, "Listen here, little bitch. I see you've just thrown up. Drink this. I promise you it'll make you feel better. I promise."
Is this persuasion or intimidation? You
Yeah.
called him a
No,
bitch.
this is persuasion.
Hey, little bitch, drink this. Persuaded. All right, roll a persuasion check for me.
Ooh, 14.
Thief, roll an insight check for me.
Also, to add a
7.
little bit of humor.
What was that?
A 7.
7. I'll come back to the humor in a second. With a 14, thief, you seem like there's good intention, even though the message is poorly done. With your insight, though, you've just thrown up. Liquid isn't fun. Do with what you will.
I think I'd be willing to trust the liquid. I'd be hesitant, but I'd be willing to trust.
So you trust the person, not the liquid?
Yes.
Cool. Will you devour? Will you drink the drink?
I will. Yeah, I will.
Cool. For the flavor of it, though, Bubbles is absolutely going to like pull your head back and just pour it in because the persuasion was better than the insight.
Absolutely.
So you would have had disadvantage on attack rolls, on saves, and on ability checks. You will not have that now. Now, come back to humor. Give me some flavor.
Oh no, it's not flavor. It's so Jess is a sympathy vomiter, and when you gagged, you said,
Oh no!
"No,
No, did I? Oh no!
And then you gag, and then I just see Jess in the back of my camera, just like lurch forward, and I'm like, oh no!
Okay, no throw up sounds. Got you. That's been tagged in. Is she back? Is she back or is she gone?
Oh no,
Yeah,
no,
no,
no, she's
she's
still
back.
there. She, if
Can
he
we have
gags,
that as
she
flavor?
gags.
Like Anya just saw that happen and is like
yeah.
Yep.
off in the corner now.
Oh yeah, 100%.
That is now that's Alia's trait now. Is that they're a yeah
You're also-
sympathy vomiter. I love that. Cool. Well, we've still got 2.
Oh.
Now both of
one
you
down, one to go.
both of you have both suffered a bit of a head cock, and you can tell the rum is starting to hit hard. Now there's only 2 of you. There was 6 drinks poured out of 12, so there's 6 more drinks. That means 3 each, 3 more rounds. Now you can tap out, or you can go for broke with the with potentially vomiting. The DC will rise by another 3.
I'm in this for the pride. I put my glass down and I pour myself another one.
I feel like Jorg would be still trying to gesture out the 10 gold from Thief.
Oh, the
But
10 gold was put on the table as at the start.
Oh, well, that'd just be straight in the pocket, like straight down. He'd probably look at Loris and go, "You sure you don't want in? 10 gold. Or 20 gold now."
Oh no, he's in, and he didn't have to pay no ante. He was intimidating enough that he didn't have to pay, but he can walk away with the gold. So, to be fair, Loris, you did just see him pocket the gold, even though the game ain't over.
I thought he hadn't wasn't in the game at all.
Oh no, he definitely in the game.
I'll see. Oh, actually, not yet. I'll have monitored that he has pulled that gold towards him, and I'll grab his hand quickly and say, "The game's not over yet."
Make an intimidation check for me with advantage. That's a big man with a big hand on a very little, a lot smaller man with a lot smaller hand.
While that's happening, can I look over at Thief and go, "Remember Bubbles," and kind of just like shrink under the
Fade
table?
fade to black. Remember. Give me a performance check for me to see how well this like fade to like Homer Simpson out goes.
And that one could come in at any better time.
Oh, nice.
Remember, yeah, you say remember Bubbles as you try to fade away, and you just knock over a bunch of stalls while you're on your way back.
Like,
Remember, while on the ground, still like remember.
I rolled a nat 20.
Oh my god!
Yep,
So,
those coins are
I think
right
so
back on the
as I've grabbed his hand, I might have thumped it a little too hard, and my voice has created a boom as I've spoken.
So you reach over, grab the hand, you pull the money back and send this boom. This has rattled you, Jorg, and it means that you're not quite good feeling in yourself. So we'll just see how the next drink goes.
Jorg is probably pissed his pants at the moment.
His jimmies are ruffled.
How well would I be? Like how would I be well enough to cast a cantrip per se?
Yeah, absolutely. Once
Okay, cool.
once that drink came into your feeling, you know that sensation you get when you're a bit like huffed and like a bit dizzy after a throw up, even though like, you know, a tactical vom would make you feel a bit better, you still have that feeling of being drained a bit. That concoction you got brought you back a bit.
Cool. Noted.
Right, rolling Constitution
So
save.
so we're going
Yep.
for it. Jorg, you're
Strength.
doing it with a disadvantage.
Ah,
You are not feeling good after that.
oh, that's cool. Yeah, that's real cool. I got an 8.
An 8.
Okay. 15.
15. Loris. Bit of a cock. Bit of another cock. Bit of a gurgle. It settles. Jorg, the minute that hit your mouth and you looked down again, still saw that gigantic hand.
Can I flavor this a little bit?
Yeah, go for it.
Can I, as Jorg has gone to throw the shot back, can I cast Druidcraft? And,
Okay.
one of the things is a sensory effect. You create a harmless sensory effect, and one of them that is listed on the spell is the faint odor of skunk.
Cool. So just under the table, you just with your left hand, you just let out this little, and then Jorg, all you get is this hand over the dice. You get this weird sense to your body as it's going, and then that quick little whiff of what you believe to be a skunk-like creature, and it is putrid. And the minute you look at the hand, that is the target zone, and you let go directly onto yours, and Loris's hand.
I'm booking it over there. Booking it. Right back over.
Well, it seems like we have a winner, and we seems like we have a definite loser on the table.
I look at the now bath covered 20 gold coins. And I separate them back into the two tens. And I say, I was only in this for the pride. I do not want your money.
Nice. I love that. So 10 gold pieces have been separated back in front of Thief and in front of Yorg. Are you grabbing your coins?
Covered in vomit.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
I
No.
feel like Yorg would grab his coins, but like as sneakily as a drunk person could possibly be, tries to grab like 2 or 3 coins from the other section.
All right, so you're gonna try to grab a few. All right, so you're gonna have a sleight of hand check with disadvantage.
Yeah.
You have to beat everyone's passive perception, which I believe is the highest is 13.
Oh well, that's definitely gonna beat that. Yeah, so that's a 9. Captain?
9.
Yeah.
So you reach over. I'm just going to quickly set a timer because I need to go say goodnight to the wife. That'll be when we take our first break. So give me 2 seconds, guys.
That's all G.
I know it is because I'm the boss.
How dare
30.
you be a loving husband and father?
Right? It's
Unbelievable.
so bad. Unacceptable. Yeah, that's what, 15? Oh, 30 minutes. Oops. Sorry. Let me add another 10 to that. 25 minutes. Perfect. So as you're like stumbling and you're like dragging about these coins, you definitely see an intent, like the people at the table see an intentional grab to grab a couple of coins off into your stack. But you don't manage to get them, but you definitely act as if you're going to.
So we all noticed him trying to do this?
Mm-hmm.
Everyone does.
And he didn't successfully do it either. He looked like he was going to get there, like touched a couple, but was too drunk to actually pull on back. But definitely there was an intentional grab at your cash.
I think I would like smack my hand, like open palm sort of on the table and like sort of cut off his pathway to the coin.
Are you going to go for the hand, or are you going to just go for the table?
Just the table,
Okay. I would say it won't need a roll with the speed at a 9. With the 9 side of hand, you manage to get it down, and that's what actually stops the hand from getting there. Is it hits like a dam, and he's like, "Oh shit."
I'd then probably ask Loris if he knows where the napkins are, so I can wipe the vomit off these before I.
Just give me one moment, and I gesture towards back to the bar and say, can I please get some rags and a jug of water?
You actually look over and you just see. I fucking told them they wouldn't keep up with you. And then she just like starts charging over with like some cleaning up apparel and some glasses of water.
I do apologize for the mess they have made as well.
Don't be fucking silly. That was fucking great. I loved it. Loved it. Bubbles, you were running over to the drunk. I heard.
Sorry, just quickly.
Yo.
I feel like when Thief smacked his hand in front of the coins, Yorg would have like gotten all like groggily like defensive over and been like, "Oh my god, I wasn't going for anything. It's all fair, nothing more. It's not my fault.
I just want to borrow your fucking lighter. It's my lighter."
Exactly like that. Just trying to be all defensive. Like
Give me a persuasion check with a disadvantage again.
I swear it wasn't me.
It wasn't me. It was the one person next to me.
I I'm different when
Where's
I'm
that?
drunk.
Yeah, I'm looking. Oh, found it. Oh shit.
Yes.
That's a 9.
Yeah, you're not believing that, thief.
Yeah, that's valid.
Actually,
The
oh wait,
pug's
no.
not believing it.
Thief, give me an insight check.
Fucking not insight.
You need to beat the 9, otherwise you're going to completely believe him.
So that's a 9.
At a stalemate, it could be believable. Probably isn't, but just such a loving face, so kind. Like, it may have just been a genuine mistake. You're not quite sure.
Meanwhile, you look over at Yorg and he's just cross-eyed with the tongue hanging out.
Yeah,
He's
with a
like-
bit of vomit down the side, with a tear. Like he's crying like, I swear, what is it? Yo, Bubbles.
I'm whipping up a concoction and shoving it down his throat.
All right, medicine check, 16 plus.
I can do math. Hold on. I can do this.
You watch, it'll be
I can
under
do this.
16 because it's for
No,
me.
it's not. It's 19.
19.
Oh, thank
Again,
God.
you whip up this fantastic concoction, ready to be given. Yorg, do you want to drink it?
I feel like being the second time she's tried to force a liquid down my throat, and the first one sent me off the tits. I would be a little bit more accepting. I'd still be reluctant, but I'd be a little bit more accepting of it.
You have also seen that the same, semi-same concoction that was given to Thief made him spring back up as well.
But would you say that I watched her make this concoction, or was I just was I not paying attention? She's just come up and...
Oh, it was pretty easy to see, not the making of the concoction, but it was pretty easy to see this figure run around, grab the back of someone on the table, and it's going, yak! Boof, ran away really quickly, and then and then said, drink this, and then remember me, and then stumbled over some stools. Like, they made a pretty big spectacle of the fact that they were giving someone a drink. And it worked very well, except for the performance part.
I'd still feel like I'd be more reluctant to drink it, but I wouldn't actively fight, if that makes sense.
Now, Bubbles, do you want to try to actually pour it in the mouth as well? Because it seems like you've got this weird dominatrixy thing going on right now. Do you want to try and force this down the throat, or are you just gonna be like, "Here, you gonna? All right, cool."
Yeah.
Yorga, are you gonna resist?
Pulls it back.
Yorga, you resisting being physically grabbed and assaulted to drink the drink?
I would be resisting the forced and not the putting it in my hand so that I can drink.
All right. So what we'll do, we'll do a contested strength check to see if Bubbles you can actually physically pour it down. Otherwise, it will be like a no, give it here and drink. So contested strength roll, please.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Is it worse than a 7, Chris?
No.
Oh.
It's an
I got
11.
I got a
11.
7.
Cool. So
I haven't gotten more than a 15 this whole night.
So, Jesus. So, Bubbles, you definitely try to attempt that again, that grab and reef back. The minute that happens, you just like slap back and you're like, no! And you give me the drink, sort of sick, and you swig it back. Again, ability checks, all the saves would have been at disadvantage. You are now back to straight rolls.
I would then like to use Druidcraft to blow like a puff of wind in his face and to like get away and go, Bubbles.
Oh my God. Yeah, I love it. Just
All I can picture is those kids shows where it's like where anything like stinky's coming up as green smoke, and it's like bubble shaped green smoke coming at me.
Hey,
Oh,
I didn't
God.
say it was skunk scented. All I said was a puff of smoke.
My God. You guys are
Couldn't make it
the
skunk scented.
you guys are the worst. Perfect. You again pitch into hearing the bartender. Well, fuck, that was a good fucking time, wasn't it? But then she sort of cocks her head and she like sort of stares up into the distance. Brace yourselves, and you hear just actually you know what, Alia, give me a perception roll for me, considering you're the most alert around to things that are going on.
That's a 21.
21. So as this happens, you sort of tilt your head as well, because you are always alert to something happening or something going on, or the wrong person walking through the wrong door could spell the end for you. And you hear footsteps, not footfall, not enough that it'd be like a renegade of people, but enough that there's a group coming, and you definitely hear some metal being carried out, as if like, you know, a shield or a sword is being like held, and just the natural motion of walking is causing it to clang, clink, clung as they step. And they're probably 30 feet from the front door.
She would quite literally shit herself. And probably scout for the closest exit, and if not an exit, then she'd like dive under a table or try and hide.
Cool. So you take the hide action. That's perfect. So you scan around. Give me a perception check for me.
That's 19.
19, perfect. So from the time you entered the bar all the way to this moment, you've known of two exits, which is the storage room where you saw the large Goliath figure come through. You would believe that would probably end up out the back of the inn, which may also lead to some other betting area. You're not too sure, and the front door. But easy enough. You do see a few of the a few barrels and a few of the larger objects into more towards the corners of the front of the building do give enough a room for you to sort of duck down and hide within. You are a big character, but there is obviously a lot of darkness in which, you know, the general figure probably wouldn't be able to see you in. And with a hide figure, you would definitely be able to pop behind those and hide within the shadows.
She would definitely go for the barrels because she doesn't want to upset the bar, like the inn or the bar, and so she doesn't want to go out back to try and save herself as much as possible. So she'd probably try and get under or behind the barrels.
Perfect. So you quickly, as you hear this clinging, are you alerting the others, or are you just dashing for the darkness?
Oh, she's just dashing. She doesn't care about anyone else.
Cool. So you all pick up this slight cock of the head from Alia, and then she dashes right behind a bunch of barrels that are out in the midst of like the middle to the back end of the so if you're at the bar, it's the right hand section, which is just underneath the second level where you would believe the bedrolls are for the actual inn, behind some barrels there and some darkness, and she is hidden to the fact of you guys knew where she went but don't see her anymore.
Do we notice that she dashed away?
Mm-hmm.
Can I roll?
Oh no, you saw like it was very quick and very loud of just like a gone.
I think at that instance I would try and figure out why she's dashed away. Would I hear the clanging of the metal?
Give me a perception check.
Ten.
10. You wouldn't hear any clanging or clicking. You wouldn't hear anyone coming. However, brace yourself. That sort of alert or command from your boss per se is enough to give you the instinct of someone's coming. It's
okay.
Time to gear up.
I think at that moment I've stood up and I've started heading towards the cellar area where I keep my weapons.
Perfect. I'll say that because you're technically the security as well as the merchant, you are armed. You were
Okay,
all,
yep.
you were all armed. This is not the type of bar where it's disarm yourselves. Like it's a walk through town. If things happen here, it usually goes to the wayside. And if you die, you probably feed for some of the livestock. But you are armed, but you have moved. I would say you've moved back to the bar to attend to the barkeep, which for yourself you would known as Theta.
I would, having seen Alia, or like, would all of us have noticed Alia? like,
Oh
running
yeah,
off?
and she was
Ah,
at the table with you guys. So the minute that happened, like imagine you were sitting at a table and someone was like, "I gotta go," and they moved. Like without sound, you'd still be able to catch them darting off from your
that's-
vicinity.
Seeing her dash off and then Loris get up and head bar, I'm going to head upstairs.
All right, so
Assuming
you're
there's
gonna
like a balcony or like a, I suppose like a balcony before you like. Should like try to find like a dark corner up there.
cool. So you start
stand
making
there for-
your way to the stairs, but the bartender stops you and she says, "You're not fucking staying here yet. You haven't paid your dues. You stay on the first floor. If you want to go up there, it's 50 silver pieces for the night, and then I'll let you up there. But before that, you stay down here, and you nut up because it's about to get fucking frisky."
Then I guess I'll just stay near the stairs for now.
Cool. So that's very close to where Loris is. So Loris is at the end of the bar. This would be the bar would be sort of like this, Loris, and then the stairs would be on this side of Loris, traveling up. So you're basically, I'd say you're on
I'd be like staying next to Loris.
Yeah, cool. So you're out next to Loris. Sounds good.
Did Bubbles sneak away from me after I had the drink, or
So
do
you
I still tell where Bubbles is?
So you know when you get like someone blows in your face, blows wind in your face, like goes.
All too well.
Yes. Or, you know when you're out and about, you know when you get a lawn blower to the face and you get that and your eyes can't open. That's sort of what happened, and then she dashed away to an undisclosed area that you wouldn't be able to see unless Bubbles. Did you keep yourself in vision of everyone?
I'd like to stay as hidden as I can be.
Cool.
At the moment.
I will say you're basically where Jorg is, but like behind him. So you're doing the whole
fair enough.
this thing where in cartoons where like this person looks this way and then they just move to there. So you're just doing the mirroring effect.
Just staying in.
Yeah.
When I saw Alia dash away, I would like to have made sure that my cloak was on properly and make sure that my wings were properly hidden and not noticeable.
Yeah, perfect. So you've done this quick little check yourself. You're still very well cloaked. You look like one of the sand people from Star Wars, basically. Other than a little bit of hair is poking out the front.
Are you proud that you understood a reference?
Give me a perception check for me. 16. At this time, because you're situated that you are more faced towards the door, because someone that's more social will be looking towards the door to see if there's any more drinking buddies coming in. You also have a window just sort of to your right peripheral. You do see some figures outside. It's very dark to figure out who they are, but one of them is brandishing a blade. And they are walking towards the door.
I feel like before Jorg would have noticed that, he would have just like quietly mumbled to himself and gone, "The spooky bitch spiked everyone else's drinks," and like not really realizing that Bubbles was right behind him. And then once he saw the people outside, because he's not very versed in on land adventures, I would say he would just be looking around like, why the fuck have we all got our guard up? Like trying to work out what's actually going on.
You mean inside check?
Fuck's sake. That's a 12, Captain.
12. That's just
Man, you
enough.
Really hate fucking 15s. Eh?
Also, yeah, like 12
Oh,
is not a
yeah.
bad roll,
yeah.
but like
It's above half.
yeah, it's just enough. That command gives you a thought back to when you were on like the bridges of the ship to when it's man arms, load cannons. Something's about to go down, and it doesn't feel like it's a friendly potential dispute. Like that call out gave you a flashback to when you were on the ships and it was go time, like someone's potentially about to attack you.
I feel like if that was the case, he would have stood up like fast enough that when like you stand up when you're sitting on a wooden chair and you hear it squeal back.
Yeah,
But it's not fast enough for it to actually like fall over. I feel like he would have done that and just readied his hand on his scimitar, not actually drawn it, but be very prepared to draw it.
Yep. So you stand up, and that sort of shifts back, and you prepare yourself. You're basically ready for battle. You all sort of semi-notice the sounds getting closer.
Can I look at Theta and see how, like, the expression that she's giving off, what sort of threat level is coming in?
Yeah. So, we'll go to an insight check in a second for the actual threat level, but you do see that behind the bar, she does have like a large, like one-handed maul, like weapon. So not enough to be like a big two-handy bad boy, but enough that it's like Mjolnir, but like not, because she's not Thor. But as she's got her hand sort of like the grip is down here to the hilt, so she's ready with it there, but still trying to stay nonchalant on the bar. Give me an insight check.
You love your insight check.
Insight's great for gauging a person. So
8.
Yeah, that's fair.
8. You can't tell if she's afraid or if she's just prepared. There is no inkling to if this is going to be like she's battening down the hatches and we're all leaving. We're not leaving here tonight, or if it's like this is something that's very solvable. Either some good chat or they're not actually that dangerous.
Can I walk to the front of the door? So, like, to pretty much block the entrance.
Yeah, so you're going to start walking up to the front door?
Yeah, I'm just going to approach the front door.
Yeah, cool. So you start stepping towards, and with the length of the bar and where roughly these people were, you're basically going to meet at the door. Now, luckily, you are bigger than the door itself. But as you just get that tiny glimpse over these salon doors, you see 3 figures. Semi-nice armor, quite large, very similar to a scimitar, blades, bit thicker on the ends. And you can see they're slightly goblin-like. As you do approach the door and they get to there, move, big fuck.
I would like to intimidate them.
What are you saying?
What is your business here?
Cool. Roll intimidation for me.
Could I cast thaumaturgy to make his voice louder?
You can't cast thaumaturgy of someone else's effect. You can cast your own thaumaturgy of like boasting your own voice. I guess you could cast thaumaturgy and sort of like make the sound echo a bit more to boost it up a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
It doesn't say anything about who I can cast it on.
It does. Oh, actually,
at least not that I can see here.
I'll allow it. I'll say that you take the sound, and with thaumaturgy you are able to like expand it, so it sounds like it's more. It sounds like it's coming out of speakers, basically. Still,
so that'd give advantage.
I won't give advantage. You'll lower the DC.
Oh, right.
Okay. Oh, I rolled 12.
12. Okay. You see that one of the goblins. You haven't quite clocked how many at the moment, but you do see one of them sort of like shunt back a little bit, but the main guy's still there and he's like, "It doesn't concern you, you big boy. Move. It concerns the woman."
Any business you have with her, you take up with me. And I will. Are their swords drawn?
Oh yeah, they are
I will.
armed and ready.
I draw my sword and just sort of stake it into the ground just in front of me.
Okay.
I feel like for flavor, would Yorg be able to hear any of this?
Yeah,
Or-
absolutely. This is
I feel like he'd
allowed.
be standing there and just being like, "Which one? There's too many." Trying to work out which one they're talking about.
He looks at you one more time. "It doesn't concern you. You do not have to fall today. I want her, the old woman. You leave, no blood."
All right, I'll look back towards theater, and I will just like by now we've sort of worked out a nod, like a yes or a no, or I'll look back towards and just wait for like a command kind of thing.
Okay. She gives you a look, and she's saying yes to letting them in, but give me an insight check.
$14.
14. She gives you a yes.
Yeah.
But she wants you to be prepared. So maybe let them in and then flank them.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right. So I look down, all the way down at them, and I say, "It seems the patron has allowed your entrance," and I just sort of step to the side, allowing them to file in one at a time.
Okay.
Like they sort of don't have to push past me, but like they definitely can't get past me, like two by side.
Yeah, good choice, Gigantor. Now move. And they pile in one by one. And then as they get through, they spread out a little bit. You do notice 3 of these goblins. They form a triangle formation, and they just stare at the keep. You. And we're going to take our first break there. All right. I will be right back. I'll get used to continue entertaining chat for the moment, but I will be right back as I have to say goodnight.
I've got
We've
some
got-
song
we've got
lyrics we
plenty
could
of-
sing.
Here.
No, none of that. I would like to not be banned. Thank you very much.
Get a bucket and a mop.
Tie me up like I'm surprised.
Because it was. Is that?
Oh.
Yeah. Because I noticed green.
I need to stretch my legs.
Everyone's gone. It's just you and me, guys. How's everybody doing tonight? Fantastic, I hope. Don't mind me just drinking my big ass water. Go get him. So who here wants to play Guess That Song?
Get a bucket and a mop. I can't type anything because I unplugged my keyboard to make room because I like to take notes. And so I unplugged my keyboard and fucking took it off my desk. So I have a notebook and I'm trying to write notes.
I've written two things. I've written the town we're in, and I've written theater.
What's crazy is I
Not
didn't
taking-
write the town that we're in.
Not
I did,
taking
in
very
fact,
good
write-
notes.
In small one street city. Also, I think my dice just really hate Turl because I was sitting
assumed.
here
I think I've done
rolling
that.
stuff, and I got
Yo.
I got under 10 on all of those rolls as soon as Turl left, and I was like,
Oh no.
so we just hate Turl, do we? Thought it was funny. I rolled. What did I roll? I was just rolling. Sometimes I like to get. I get bored and I just sit there and I just roll. Yeah, that's a 6. Yep, that's a 2.
1, 2,
Yep,
3.
that's a 3. That's another 6. See, I'm convinced. I'm convinced I just hate Turl.
I'm about to, because like I've had.
That's an 8 plus 3.
Yeah, no, but like I've had
Oh,
1,
I got-
2,
Two rolls already.
Chris,
3.
Chris, tell him how I just rolled like 4 rolls and all of them were under 9.
Well, I just got a 2. A
I
7.
got a 2 and 2 3s and 2 6s.
11.
I'm just convinced
Oh,
the
Actually,
dice
on
hate Turl.
average, I'm not rolling too bad.
Ooh, that's a 1.
I just got a nat 20.
That's
I
a
don't know,
7.
kind of
I got a nat
averages
1.
out then.
Yeah. But then when you actually count
was a
which
nat
one's
20?
doing what, it's like,
That's
yeah,
another
a
nat
lot of
20?
those are the
Okay,
only
my dice
reason
are
I got
correct.
it.
That's a 12.
So what happened to Bacon's Cam?
That's an 18.
I'm gonna waste all my good dice luck. Nope, never mind. I got a nat 1.
What happened to Bacon's
That's
Cam?
where I stopped.
Welcome.
Turl, we found out that my dice actually just hate you because the moment you left, I started rolling, and every single roll was under 10.
Of
So
course.
they just spite you.
Of course. Where's Bacon's Cam gone?
He turned it off because he was gonna go fill my water.
Easy.
And I'm wearing
Got ya.
inappropriate stream clothes.
Why are you not in appropriate stream clothes?
Which is also why.
Because my camera's off.
As far as it.
Yeah, that's
Wow.
why his camera's- Motherfucker, I wanna be
Wow.
comfy.
Yeah, I want to be comfy. Hey,
Speaking
welcome
of,
back.
should change some clothes. Oh,
If I want my tatas out, I'm gonna have my tatas out.
The tartars. You two.
Ta-ta-ta-ta.
You ta 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 ta. All right, cool.
another one.
If I want to
Done.
eat Butterfingers, I will.
You better not lay a finger on my butterfinger.
My mom sent me. It was very nice of her. Sent me a little care package for Easter. And it has all my favorite American candies that are very expensive over here.
Like Mike and Ike's and shit.
Why does everyone assume Mike and Ike's? I don't like that. You're the third person to say that. I
'Cause
don't
Mike and
like
Ike's
them.
is
They're nasty.
delicious.
No,
I think
they're
that's just
nasty.
like, it's just like the go-to thing that all Australians know of that is American.
Oh no, Reese's Pieces. Reese's Pieces is the American
So
thing.
she sent me Reese's peanut butter cups, and then she sent
Hey,
me
Mr. Peanut Butter
Butterfingers,
Cup.
and then she sent me
Hey,
Heat
hey,
Art.
Come on, no one got 51st dates just then? Hey, oh, Mr. Peanut Butter Cup.
Never seen it.
You
It's
never
been
seen
so long since
51st
I've seen
dates?
Nope.
I've seen
I don't
it
watch movies, champ.
before, but it was a long time ago.
Jess got the reference.
Yes! Hey, Peanut Butter Cup.
She just got heroic inspiration.
Yeah. Inspiration. Give it.
She did
I like how
advantage on the
excited
next
you got
six
when
rolls.
you realized that you understood multiple references. I like how excited you got. That was hilarious.
I love this. This is good. All right, cool. We ready to go again?
Yeah.
It'll work out.
Yep.
I got
I
it.
was just listening to the Richard Cheese lounge version of WAP.
Oh God,
yeah.
what is wrong with you? I
I'll
put
send you
one
the notes
thing in
after
your
this.
goddamn head.
Do we like my map? How my map's going so far?
Oh
That's
God,
incredible.
it's crazy. It's like I'm gonna draw a map for you guys soon or something. Wow.
It's for my brain, okay?
Oh
It's
wow.
for my brain.
I can't send
Jesus.
this because I don't have a keyboard. Shit.
Oh,
Did you say you don't have a keyboard?
Yeah, I unplugged my keyboard for the moment because I'm taking notes and I wanted full writing space. So I just unplugged my keyboard.
You just need to have the 4 desks that I have to maintain D&D.
You mean the 4 desks that Mitchell has? Yeah.
Actually, no, I have 5. Sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I have 5
Yeah, that's my
desks.
one desk. We're actually gonna
I
cut
just
my
have a
desk
large
down.
L-shaped desk.
What was that?
Very large.
I just have a large L-shaped desk.
That is
L
too
is
large.
for loser. And immerse. And immerse. I always get the last word. Thank you very much. No, I'm kidding. All right, back to it. So, as we have just found out that we all enjoyed drinking and being companionish, and no one feels threatened until a certain group of goblins approached the door where our good friend Loris met. As like, basically like the security of the place is like, nah, we're shut tonight. But they insisted on pushing through, on which the bartender said, let him in, just be on guard. They all approached in, arrowing out into an arrow formation, which then looked over at our bartender friend and gave out this menacing, yeah. And we continue. You were in our ruins today. You took our gold. We're here to claim it back, bitch. She looks at them. I don't fucking know what you're talking about. I've been here the whole time. Isn't that right, Loris?
I would have to agree.
So, look, there are plenty normish little ladies that are around here, but I can guarantee you wasn't no treasure hunting in no fucking ruins around here. You best be on your way. They depth in a little bit further, clutching a little bit harder on their yeah, thanks, thief. Hey, yeah, cool. You back, thief? Yeah, cool. Storytelling,
Yeah.
the part I get to enjoy. You gonna leave? Yeah, sick.
I flashed on my tits. I apologize.
That's fair. Play on. Bubbles tits. Yeah, nice. They look a little bit lower, again, clutching their weapons. There's no mistaking it. You in our ruins. You ran. We're here to collect. Loris, because obviously your eyes are on you're on Theta, because this is your job. Like, security is your job, and Theta has taken you in and taken care of you from day dot, basically. You see a level of intimidation hit her eyes. You get the feeling she was at those ruins, and she definitely took some treasure. And knowing Theta's backstory, she is a treasure hunter. That's where she was when you were on the lunch shift. She was out looking for treasure, out burrowing around. She, gave it a go. Wanted to test her skills in, bouncing around and seeing if she could pick up some gold. And seems like she did. She even boasted about obviously having a find when she came back. So you're on the side of obviously the goblin story, but again, you're sworn to protect this person. As she looks up, well, fuck, if it was me, then I guess I did steal your fucking gold, and I don't quite know what you're gonna do about it. As she clutches her weapon and places it on the bar. The goblins grab their weapons out. The main one pulls it out, points it at Theta. Well, you've got some paying to do.
Can I take a swing before we start? Because as soon as they threaten my boss, I would definitely take action.
Yeah, that means we're gonna roll initiative. So you're gonna do me a favor, roll stealth for me. If you roll over a 15, Oh wait, no. If you
I'm a
roll over a,
disadvantage.
well, you're not a disadvantage, but if you roll over a 17, we'll allow you a surprise attack. If not, we're rolling for initiative.
No, that's an 8.
It's an 8. Cool. All right. So, as the weapons draw to aim your theater, you prepare yourself, and we're gonna roll initiative. So, I get everyone to roll a d20 and your initiative. Someone got a natural 20, I can see. Hold on to that.
No, I think he would
The
be
one
that
that
having
doesn't
rolled
count.
over a 15.
Yeah!
Oh.
Yeah! Also, thank you, Sindarin, for the prime sub in the chat. Get some love in the chat for Sindarin. Sindarin, welcome to Gutenberg. Home of the Gutenberg. Can't take your order again. All right, cool. Initiative. Let's go. Let me get my D&D Beyond out, and we're going to get a battle map, everybody.
I think from now on I'm using dice. Clearly the website doesn't like.
I told you guys. I told you. Use physical
see-
dice.
That's what I've been doing.
Initiative order. Initiative is Dex, isn't it? So it's +2. Cool.
It is Dex.
Is Dex. So
Yeah, it is dexterity. Thank God it's not strength, right, Mitchell?
Yeah, thank fuck.
Because your dex mod. So when you roll, you plus.
do I have like D&D battle music? Give me a sec.
Yes. If you rolled the that means pretty. Yeah.
One second.
Use initiative. If you use.
I think I can do.
Oh yeah,
No.
with some battle music. All right.
Yeah, I think.
All right. Let me straighten that out.
Cool. Okay, that's awesome.
I didn't know how I could get it. Totally.
If you, I don't know if yours will have it, but you'll see
Those to work. If you hover. So shrink that. Hover over. You know. So this must.
Yeah.
Oh, unless it is picture. Give it a go. There might be a symbol. Mine's using NVIDIA. So the same people that make my graphics card and stuff, they have a whole software system.
It does feel today.
So Mitchell got a new notebook today, and it's said it's paper made from stone, and it's apparently waterproof, wipeable, which is weird because I definitely got some chocolate on it, and it was not in fact wipeable. Says it's resistant to tearing, so I've now decided to try and do some origami with it, and we'll see how it goes. Ready to test the resistance of tearing? Here we go. Oh shit!
So close.
Jesus Christ!
Mind map.
Couldn't rip it from.
From the perforation.
No.
No, I think you because you just need a bit.
Can I say I don't like the way that sounds?
So if they don't know,
It does have a little bit of plastic in it.
Yeah.
It's like, it says on the front, it's like
Because they-
calcium carbonate and polyethylene.
Oh yeah, that makes sense to me.
Yeah, right. Like, hey Chris,
Yo,
that paper that was in that notebook,
yo,
it stretches.
the fuck?
Wait, what?
It's like it feels like when you rip it, it feels like plastic.
Huh?
It says it's tear proof, and I tried to
Or
rip
tear
the
resistant.
tear resistant. So sorry. I tried to rip it out from the notebook, and I physically couldn't rip it where it like stabs the paper. It ripped from the
Or it was
tear line.
perfect.
Well, you have. I mean, you probably.
All right, so these are your goblins. This would be our good friend Loris, who's about to make their attack. This is Thief. Thief, you are actually my mini, which is funny. We've got Alia. We'll have Bubbles, and we'll have Yorg. Okay, everyone know where they are?
Yeah.
Yes.
Which one are the goblins? Sorry.
So the goblins are these three.
Oh, okay. Yep.
All
Oh,
right.
let me just grab one for old mate. 1 second.
Yeah, I was about to ask if the
Yeah.
barkeep was being represented.
That's I was like,
He
it's really
turned
weak. 'cause I only see
invisible.
2 goblins.
Get fucked.
Now the barkeep just wandered off midway through. Just didn't want anything to do.
All right. Now, we'll go with initiative order. Anyone got 25 to 20?
I got 20. I got a nat 20.
Natural 20. All right.
First ever and only.
Is that plus your dex as well?
Nope.
Now, what that means in my games is when you roll a natural 20 on initiative, you get 1 free action before the round starts. Okay?
Yeah.
So keep that in mind.
Yeah.
19 to 15. 14 to 10.
Yep.
What do you got?
Got a 13.
13. Uh, 9 to 5.
Yep.
Yep.
Got a 6.
Fuck off. I got a 6.
All right. What's your dexterity number?
Negative
Two.
1.
Oh. His is a -1. I'm a 2.
You're a negative. You're a +2 or a -2?
I'm a +2.
+2. So you go first. And Alia.
I got a natural 1.
Natty 1. So
Can
you
skip your first turn.
you will miss your action. You have a bonus action for the first round.
Oh. I was only kidding.
You know,
Instantly, I feel bad.
But so,
some
so
people
for-
some people don't like to flavor up a natural on the initiative list. I like it. I think that everything that is a natural 1 or a natural 20 should have some sort of either quite a heavy benefit or a beneficial loss, like quite a substantial loss. So natural 20, you get a free action. No bonus action, no movement, just free action. On a natural 1, you lose your action but can keep your movement and bonus action.
Fair.
I like to shake things up, you know. But in saying that, to start the order, we have Yorg with a free action and then their action. Yorg, what would you like to do?
So you said I can't move. I only have an.
So yeah, your free action will be just an action, and then you'll move on to a your actual turn.
Cool. I don't know.
You don't know.
No, I don't have anything
Ranged.
ranged.
Don't have a spell you could cast?
Nope. It's melee.
You're fully melee. You don't even have like throwing daggers or anything.
I have a longbow and arrows, but they're not currently equipped.
I will say that in the instance of battle, your primary weapons will be equipped. So you'll have a scimitar and you'll have like your bow equipped. So interchanging them is fine.
Ah, cool.
Because most characters you'll face will have like a scimitar and a longbow, and they can use each of them as an action. So your longbow will be an action. However, what is the minimum range of a longbow?
I double check that right
I think it's 40. Just grabbing my
Range
movement stick.
150 to 600.
Oh. What's that longbow?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 150, 600.
So anything under 150, you'll shoot with a disadvantage, but it's a free action, so you might as well.
Yeah. I don't have literally anything else to do.
Cool. All right. So which one are you going to shoot at?
I will shoot at the biggest and ugliest one in the middle.
So he's currently going to be.
Where is that
yeah.
pointer?
It is a sword. It's
We
my.
can be sword buddies. I got my sword right here.
This is Sasuke's sword. His ping pong sword.
That's dope.
Thank you. So you want to shoot for this big bad boy in the middle?
Yes.
Sweet. All right. Roll your attack with disadvantage.
I don't need to roll again.
You roll a natural one.
Good anyway. No. I got a 4 plus is 9 to hit.
9 to hit. 1 second.
Oh, sorry. No, that's. What did I get? 6 to hit. Sorry. My
6 to
apologies.
hit. So you draw your bow. Still a little bit dazed and confused from your drinks. Unfortunately, it does not connect. But it's now the top of the round, so you now get your full round, which is movement, action, and bonus action.
Cool. I would like to move to the closest small goblin.
Oh, my shield.
You are really good at moving that.
I've only trained with weapons for about 12 years. Cool. You are at the back of them right now.
And I would like to try to hit this fecker with my scimitar.
Perfect. So make an attack roll. Straight roll.
And we have a... What's that? Plus... We have a 14 to hit.
14 hits. Roll your damage.
Fuck yeah. 1d6. Is that?
1d6 plus your weapon modifier, which will be like
Yeah,
a
which is plus 3.
plus 3. Nice.
Shit. That wasn't fucking... That's a 5 damage.
5 damage.
Offhand. I didn't move shit. My dice keep hitting shit.
Cool. So you take a strike at this goblin as you just sort of dash down. You catch right across the neckline, coursing down the body, and it hurts. Like this goblin strike just pretty much brought this goblin to death's door. It's at death's door right now.
Squishy.
That's your movement and your action.
No. I'll end my turn.
And I will end my turn with Pot of Greed. Cool. All right, we move on to literally the only reason I thought about this, the music that's playing through Spotify right now is literally like the start of a duel. All right, cool.
It's
So
time to
duel. All right, so to start off the round, the goblin is going to move up and is going to jump up onto the bar. Going to make an acrobatics check. It's not going to be a very hard one. Yeah, that's a 14 plus 2, 16. So they're going to be fine. And they are going to attack the barkeep. Now the barkeep doesn't have much of a stat block, but does have health of 20 and an AC of 14. So their attack roll is plus 4. What did I say the AC was? 14? What did I say 12?
I was too busy reading.
You said 14.
14? Perfect. So the goblin jumps up, reefs this attack, but the bartender pulls back away. You can tell they're pretty versatile in their field of fighting. Manages to just dodge the attack. The goblin, you bitch, how can you? And he's going to take his end his turn. Moving on to goblin number 3. A little bit more of a squishy guy. He is going to turn around, and after seeing you attack his friend, he's going to move into melee of you, and he's going to attack you. There's a 19 hit.
Well and truly.
Perfect. That's 1d4 plus 2. You take 3 points of damage as this scimitar, very similar to yours, a little bit shorter, just dashes right into your hip and like digs in nice and hard into the ribs, causing quite a hard hit to the body. You take 3 points of damage. Squishy. That's going to be his turn. We're going to be up to Thief.
There we go.
I am going to cast Sorcerer's Burst at the one on the bar.
Cool. Does that have a minimum range or not?
Don't worry, that is a natural one.
So you missed anyway?
Yeah.
Cool.
That one.
So you go to send out this burst, and does anyone see anything specific when you go to make this attack?
I think they would see I think I would still be covered by the cloak, but they would see like a glow coming from.
Yeah. Quickly talk again. There we go. Yeah, you disappeared for 2 seconds. Remember, your condenser is going to block you away when you get too far away.
That I'd still be like hidden in the cloak, so like my arms would still be hidden, but you'd see like a glow coming from my hand.
Yeah. So this glowing energy comes out from the cloak. You only see, everyone else sees just a touch, and it goes to go, and it's not catching what it needed to. And you go to send out the burst, and it just fizzles into nothing. So that's your action, bonus action and movement.
That is I'm just gonna stay where I am, and that's me.
Cool. So now it's Goblin 2. They're also going to then turn and attack you. Now, luckily, they're not going to move around to flank. They're just going to do a quick spin around and face you. And they're going to take an attack at you as well. That's a 23 to hit. I'm assuming that hits.
Definitely doesn't hit.
No, you missed. All right, cool. So that's a 2 plus 2, I believe. And 2 plus 2 is 4. Minus 1, that's 3. Quick math. Yes, +2. So that's 4 points of damage. As again, coming through to the other side, you cop another sword to the other side, causing these 2 ruptures to both sides of the ribs. That hurt.
Was it? Sorry, how much damage was that?
4 points. So you've had 3 and you've had 4.
Cool.
Perfect.
Just double check.
Easy. Again, just this kind of. This one's gonna be easy. Now it is Bubbles, your turn with Loris on deck.
That is Goblin 2 that I have a clear sight.
Give me a second. So the one the one closest to you is Goblin 2. Goblin 3 is on the other side of your friend there.
Yeah, so I couldn't. Okay.
The one closest to you is on death's door.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go for a quick little cantrip.
Yeah.
Cheeky little one called Poison Spray.
Poison spray. Okay, read it to me.
Yep. You spray toxic mist at a creature within range. Make a ranged spell attack against the target. On hit, the target takes 1d12 poison damage.
Wait, what? A cantrip?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm fucking crazy like that.
Oh, you're totally crazy like that. I can't believe that.
I'm fucking crazy like that.
So it's a ranged spell attack?
Yep.
Cool. All right. Make your roll.
20 plus 5. Is that 18 hit?
18 definitely hits. Roll your damage.
Some of these are 12. That's 12. That one. 11 damage.
11 damage. Luckily, they had 1 health.
Yeah, fair enough.
you send this acid spray, and it just covers this creature. As the creature then falls down in like this half pull of skin and bone, the other half of just blood and guts. They are. Get over. There we go. They are downed. And they do not look like they're getting back up.
I would like to just go and then end my turn.
Nice. Perfect. Loris, you are up with Elia on deck.
All right, so if I run past that goblin, it's gonna get an advantage hit against me, isn't it?
An attack on opportunity.
Like, yes, yeah.
Sure is.
But if I use
Disengage is an action, just to be aware. So that means you won't get an attack.
Cloud's Jaunt.
Okay, talk to me. Talk to me.
As a bonus action, you can magically teleport up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space you can see.
Oh, so it's basically like Misty Step.
Pretty much, yeah.
Absolutely. So you can disappear and reappear 30 feet from where you are. And I'm assuming you're going for big boy on the deck.
Yes. I would like to teleport to his to just behind him. Oh, without dragging that guy.
Okay, we're getting up. Everyone dies.
I dare you. I dare you. See
I
what
cast
happens.
fireball.
Oh, it's a room full of orphans? Yeah, fireball.
Do it. I dare you. I dare you. See what happens.
And from there, I'm going to.
In a memento, do you want to be there or do you want to flank?
Flanking behind. Sorry.
Yep. All right. 1 second. My mic stands where it wants to be.
That's a sexy elbow.
Thank you.
Lotioned and everything.
Cool. You are flanking.
All right. Sweet. And I'm going to I'm just gonna swing my big old sword, two-handed.
Oh, two-handed fighting. Love that. Back roll, please.
All right, 15 to hit.
Only hits. Roll damage.
Oh, that's a good hit. 13 damage.
Ooh-wee! 1 second. I'm just supposed to be a naughty little boy like this. She said 13 damage.
13.
How do you want to do this?
All right, so because he's like, actually, I wouldn't even say he's above me because he's still shorter than me, even though he's standing on that countertop.
Absolutely.
But I go to cleave, like, just swinging it, you know, straight across, and I catch him probably just underneath his ribs, and it more or less just folds him in half, and you see one side, like his bottom half, hit the ground, and then his top half just topple over.
Sorry, microphone problems.
You just see the
What are these
technical
people?
difficulty screen come up. We'll be right back shortly.
We are currently experiencing technical difficulty. Please
Yeah.
stand by.
Elevator music starts playing.
And not like the good kind, the really annoying ones.
Yeah. So you send this cleave going straight through, punching them over in half. They fall dead on the bar.
And then I will just turn to face the other goblin and start to approach it.
What's your movement?
35. Perfect.
To be fair, he's a tall fella.
Yeah. He sure is. Perfect. Cool. So, get out of it. Perfect. So, you managed to slice down the main guy, protecting your allied bartender, and then putting yourself in a flanking position around said creature. That's your turn. Alia, you're on with Yorg on deck.
I'm just gonna stay hidden. I can't do shit. So.
Cool. Because you're hidden pre the fight, I'll say you won't need a roll. You are still in the hide action, so you are invisible to everyone that didn't notice you leave the table. Perfect. Yorg, you're up.
I would like to turn to the goblin beside me
Yup.
and grab him by the testicles and cast Chill Touch.
Chilling touch. Perfect. That's an attack roll? Melee attack roll? Melee spell roll?
Melee attack roll.
Cool. Roll your attack.
That is a 10 to hit.
10 does not hit. You go to grasp and realize there is a metal crutch plate that's just in your way. So you just basically cup this goblin and send this cool touch, and he goes, dirty talk, I like it.
Oh, breezy.
But yes, that does not hit.
Cool. Well, now that I've used an attack action, I have 2-weapon fighting, which allows me to make a...
Is that after using a spell or cantrip, or is it just a weapon of finesse?
When you take the attack action on your turn and attack with a light weapon, right?
I am a DM. I know things.
My apologies.
No, you're good. You're good.
I read it before and didn't quite take it all into consideration.
Sucks
the
to be
best on
you. No, you're good.
Well, if that's the case, I will end my turn.
Perfect. So with that, because you are touching his crotch, he is going to turn and attack you, even though he's into that kind of stuff. Does a 20 hit?
No, absolutely misses straight over me head. Don't even worry.
Well, luckily it's another only 3 damage, so min damage. He looks at you, just looks you in the eyes, gives a laugh, and then plunges the sword directly into your gut. And I'm assuming with that laugh, you're unconscious.
I am unconscious and
And
ready to do death saves.
You are knocked unconscious by this creature as you are stabbed deeply in the stomach.
I'm not good at survivability.
Blair.
Bap, bap. Oh my god, I just broke him. Nice.
Oh, he's been disarmed.
Literally.
Okay, so don't smack them with a sword.
Who would have thought?
Who would have thunk it?
I did
Cool.
see that super
Alright.
glue up on your shelf.
I know. I got that gorilla glue ready to go. Cool. All right, so that's his turn. He's knocked unconscious. That means we now have Thief. You're up with Bubbles on deck.
I am just gonna try Sorcerer's Burst again on the one remaining goblin.
Yeah, cool. You've got line of sight. What's the range on it?
It is 60 feet.
Perfect.
No, sorry, that's 120 feet.
You're fine. Make an attack roll for me.
That is a 17.
17 hits. Roll for damage.
That is a 1 damage.
Wait, do you not get any modifiers to it?
No.
No, so you do 1 damage.
Unless you get like other classes can. I can't yet.
Cool. So you again gather this energy, like I'm gonna do it this time, and you send out this burst. But you can just tell that again, it's just not your burst. Maybe you're feeling the effects of that throw up still. You know, maybe the drink didn't quite hit, but at least you send out something that does hit, and it does actually connect pretty well with the creature, leaving it pretty well bloodied. You can tell this was a bit more of a squishier of the 3. This was the one that like faltered back on the intimidation check, and it was probably a bit scared of being even hit. So definitely connected though.
Yeah, that is my turn.
Cool. Bubbles, you are up with Loris on deck. Well said.
Thank you. Am I within 15 feet of Jorg?
I would say you are, yeah.
I'd like to use a cheeky little cantrip called Spare the Dying.
Okay, well, tell me about it.
Choose a creature within range that has 0 hit points and isn't dead. The creature becomes stable.
Cool. So you are now stable. You are still at 0 hit points. You are prone, but you are still unconscious.
Yeah.
But you are stable, so you don't make any death saves.
But
And then for my bonus action, I would like to cast Healing Word on Jorg.
Why don't you just do that in the first place?
Because, you know, I mean, listen, it does the same thing either way. But you know, like.
Then you get to keep an
makes it fancy
action
if I
forehead.
I wasn't gonna do anything else. No, I could. Yeah.
Play on.
Eh.
So healing word. So you send out a healing
True
word.
to my character.
Totally in character. So I believe that's 1d4 plus your spell modifier. 2d4.
2d4.
It
Yes.
was one.
Wait.
It was 1d4 in 2014. Changed it to 2d4.
Nah, I call bullshit.
Cure wounds is 2d8.
I promise you.
They are buffed healing
As a cantrip?
2020.
No. Healing
No.
word is a first level spell. Spare the
Oh,
dying
okay.
is a cantrip.
Creature of your choice. Well, wait, hold up. Spare the dying.
Well,
Was that an action or a bonus action?
That is an action,
Okay.
and healing word is a bonus action.
And sorry, spare the dying is a cantrip.
Cantrip.
You're fine then. Creature of your choice that you can see within range. Hit points equal to 2d4 plus your spellcasting modifier. Damn, healing word actually kind of slaps now.
Yeah,
And
he gets 10 hit points.
You get 10 hit points. Perfect. So you send out this healing word. What does this look like, or what are these words? What do you say other than "get up, bitch"? Because I know that's coming.
No, it'd just be like a sigh, just a sigh under my breath, going, and just some, true to her theme, some nice pink bubbles. And when they
Bubbles.
land on him, they heal him, and then some shimmer comes out of him.
So these bubbles start flickering over. They hit your body, and you just feel rejuvenation, but dread, because you definitely hear internally, like very quietly to start off with, just, and then it gets loud, like disappointed, as this spell does reach you and restores 10 of your hit points. So you are now conscious but prone.
Just for flavor, he'd probably like open his eyes and go, "Dad, is that you?"
Fair play, fair play. Cool. That's your. Is that your turn, Bubbles?
Yeah.
Cool. Loris, you're up with Allier on deck.
All right, yeah. So I'm just gonna swing my big sword at him.
Perfect. You are, because he's prone, you're not technically flanking, but you can attack.
Oh, it's only a 13 to hit.
That just hits.
And we deal 7 damage.
7 damage. That'll do it. Tell me again, how do you want to do this?
All right, so because this guy is minuscule compared to me, I'm swinging my sword from up to down, and I pretty much just cleave him from, like, I just hit beside his collarbone, and just sort of the sword stops about halfway down his body.
Nice. So you just cleave up and then just as the body splits away from the blade, so you can see the opening. It was purely perfect until he hit that pelvic bone, where it just stops and skinned in, but the body splits and then falls away from your blade. And that concludes our battle. Perfect.
All right. And that's why we don't go by experience, because I got it all.
Yep. Absolutely. Cool. So you have vanquished their foe. The bartender. Whew! That was fucking close, wasn't it? They took a fucking swing at me and everything. Loris, you're not supposed to let that happen.
You wanted them to approach you, ma'am. I thought you were more capable of handling yourself.
Oh.
Well, you don't know in places like this by being a pushover. You're right there, but next time, never in range. Remember that.
I'm afraid there might not be a next time, ma'am. I dare say this is going to be my last day here. I have an honor to uphold, and however good it has been being your barkeep and security officer, I'm afraid tonight is my last night. I can no longer work for you.
She starts again cleaning another cup. She looks down. I thought it'd be the case. Couldn't keep her forever. Don't worry, I can handle myself. But
that I am aware of.
She gives you a wink. But you all do seem to be capable hands, and I can see an ache for adventure between the lot of you, even if you don't say it off the front of your face. Look, those ruins that they found me at, I was only there for a couple of minutes, but I did find treasures and wonders that, look, I scraped the barrel, but then they saw me and I had to run. I took everything and run. But I'm sure a capable set of hands like yourselves wouldn't go about finding a plenty bountiful in those ruins. I know you are walrus. You want to travel. You want to adventure. Maybe you can take the rest of these guys and the one behind the barrels, maybe, and show them a bit of a life.
Well, I'm no grave robber, but adventure is what I am seeking.
Ruins don't mean dead bodies unless you leave them there yourself. What a line. Fuck. Sorry.
Just like pat on the back.
Yeah, I was like,
We'll give you
yeah,
props
good
for that one. There you
one.
go. Good job.
Hey.
Yeah,
Gives him-
moment. Proud of you.
Gives himself inspiration.
Yep, I have inspiration on my next attack against you guys.
Yeah.
Hang on a second.
All right. Well, I guess I sort of look around. I see a once bloody corpse on the ground, and because it's getting rather late, I guess I look at the barkeep. I look at Theta and go, I don't suppose after having helped protect your bar with very minimal damage, you might be willing to put us up for the night before we head out tomorrow.
Well, look, if you'll leave me the bodies and whatever's on them, you can all stay the night, have some rest. I'll even throw on another bottle of that rum if you want to go again. But
You instantly see Yorg's face just light up and look at Lars.
while he's still laying on the ground,
Yeah.
It's like-
waiting for Lars
He
to
heard the
say
word
yes.
rum. He like sat straight up.
yeah, the healing word wasn't the sigh. It was when the rum came through that it like shunted into him like, my place is yours for the night. If you need to stay, sleep, do whatever you want, it is here. The goblins, they're mine. I'm taking it. I'm pawning it because I had to find myself new security, and they're not going to be as cheap as you are. But they will never be as loyal.
That is a more than reasonable exchange. And I just sort of look around at everyone just to see if anyone wants to make a move. But I just grab what's left of the bodies and just sort of usher them towards the bar.
Does anyone want to intervene? Nope.
I don't want to intervene, but like while after he's done talking to her, I'd like to go up and have some words.
With
The barkeep.
cool. So you start ushering up these bodies. I'll say for this, so she's gonna pop into the back storeroom where it seems like she keeps some of her bedrolls and stuff. At this moment, you do get a moment to sort of like find your way in there without being seen too much, and you do approach her while she's like ruffling out some of the bedrolls and some of the pelts she has for the sleeping.
Just let me have a quick moment. Okay.
You never sneak up on an old gnomish woman. This scary stuff can happen. What can I do for you, love?
Okay. Just a few questions, if you don't mind.
You saved me, pub. What have you got?
Okay, maybe just two. Maybe two questions. Would if you happen to find some people that are in need of some medicine, would you send them my way?
Where is your way?
Oh,
I don't even know your fucking name.
That's okay. You don't need it. Just like straight shot into the woods. Just straight. Just book it. End of the road. Keep going.
If they're in Mend, I'll tell them to go to the woods. They can make up their own decision.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I'll take that.
I'll pass on the word. If you're injured, seek refuge in the dark woods. I'm sure it'll go dandy.
Oh, fine. Have you been okay, maybe it's a little more than two questions, so sorry. Have you heard a lot about other creatures and races and stuff like that.
Have I heard of other creatures and races?
Just like tales of them and stuff like that.
Yes, they exist. You're really good with these questions.
I know, it's really, really great. And then I
Things
kinda like
things live. There are things with wings. There are things that breathe fire. There are things that crawl on the ground. There are things that squeak. There are things that squawk. But at the end of the day, they all have a heartbeat and they all exist.
I'd kind of like to open my cloak a little bit if it's just us in this back room and
It
kind of
is.
show her my wings a little bit and say, "Have you seen anyone similar to me before?"
And you've piqued her interest. She cocks and, well, you don't have a beak and you don't have scales. What are you, my love?
Just people have different names from. I was always told that I was what's called a fairy.
She sort of takes back. Gnomes are very well mythical, so she takes back. Fairies, you don't exist. You said you had many other names. What are the other names? Because fairies don't or not anymore exist. You're of tale, not of real story. You're a myth.
Well, I've only ever really seen fairy, like the name fairy, but I've heard other people call them. Can't really remember them at the moment, but I'm here. I'm living proof. I'm real. But I've never
Who
seen.
did you come from, love?
That's the thing. Is I remember, walking around, and then I just kind of started making a thing for myself. I don't remember too much.
Are you alone, my love?
Yeah, it's just me. And the animals, of course. Hey, we can't disrespect the animals. They help me from time to time. They gather herbs for me.
Mystery is all about the search. You'll find your way, little love. Fairy or not, you're not alone. Or at least you won't be. She sort of like approaches to potentially embrace you.
I'll accept it, but I'm not. I'm just kind of like, when those children like they get all stiff when they're hugging, like arms straight down at the body, like that. Kind of like that.
You're saying that experience.
And she just whispers, "Keep yourself safe, love. If you're a fairy, you're bound to live or want to live." And she lets go of you.
All right, fair enough. I appreciate your knowledge, and then I'm just gonna walk out.
I'll talk to you later, Tinkerbell.
Oh, I'm not wearing green. I'm just kind of continue to walk out.
So she walks out and she nods to you, Loris, to head upstairs. As you're aware of, obviously that is the staying point for a lot of people, but signals you to take a bedroll. Instead of obviously being the person that would set up the bedrolls, she just offers you one to go set yourself up. As per the next person, until Alia approaches. If you are leaving the shadows, Alia, sorry.
Yeah. She's tired. She's worn out. She wants to go to bed. So, yeah.
As you approach, she sort of grabs your arm. She just looks at you. Don't be scared of me, love. The world is scary. The world is beautiful. Don't let life kill you. Kill to live. She releases you.
Alia would probably nod in acceptance, and she would trust her a little bit more. Not a lot to like die for her, but just a little bit more.
Lovely. And she hands you a bedroll. So everyone approaches up to the top. just to reach out. Now, in my pub, you keep to your fucking selves, hands in the bedrolls, not on other people. That goes for you, blue boy. And we know where that went to. As she packs herself to go out back. Any chats or talks before the night goes quiet?
I pay attention to what she says, and I know the rules that she likes to instill at the pub, when people are taking accommodation at the inn. And I think I grab Jorgenstein. I go, sounds like we're bunkmates tonight, just to try and make it so that he doesn't feel persuaded to go seek someone else's bed tonight.
I feel like in this situation, Jorg would look you square in the eyes, and like with the confidence you only see from like crazy people, and just give you a wink and be like, I'm not complaining to that, and just proceed to keep walking.
Perfect. So Thief, you set up your bedroll. Bubbles is yours. Aaliyah, yours. Jorgenstein and Loris, very close together. Is there contact, or are you just aware of each other?
I'm just aware. I think he gets the wrong signal from me, perhaps.
I feel like Jorgenstein would be like poking and prodding, but like in a kind of deceptive way where
you've changed the role, so you've clocked that it wasn't supposed to be that way, but you're like, now I'm gonna make it that way, motherfucker.
Yeah, but like I'm also trying to do it in a way where Loris is sitting there going, is this advance? Is this an advance? I don't think it is, but is it? Maybe?
Is this what friends are?
Yeah. And just being confusing as shit.
I love that this is Loris's like first interpretation of like friendship and contact with people. So he's like, is this the normal thing to do? Am I gonna have to like bunk up with someone and touch them, like prod them and all that in my normals?
Jorgenstein's tail would probably be stroking like the very bottom of his leg next to his ankle. Like there'd be like no touching anywhere else. It'd just be like almost look like Jorg's asleep, but like stroking his leg with his tail, just to confuse the shit out of Loris. But on the off occasion,
a wink of sleep.
Loris, give me insight with disadvantage.
Oh, I wish I could use that one. All right, first one was 19. Next one is 11.
11. So being in a bar, you've come across many people, male, female, tabaxi, all that. You've seen a wide spread of people come through. You've seen people play tricks on each other. You've seen people become affectionate with each other through motion. You've seen different ways that people have pursued affection from other people. And you're sitting there to yourself and going, what the fuck is going on? Do they like me? Are they a dickhead? And that's what keeps you up all night. Is just you are so interlocked with this new feeling of camaraderie, which could also be potentially affection, which could potentially be attraction, that because this isn't happening to you because you're just the bartender, you're just the security, you're not there to make a friend, that it just sends you in this spiral all night, in this like weird asphyxiation with demanding to know what is happening, while Jorg is just having a blast with this. But I will say, after 4 hours of being interlocked with this, because you are reasonably intelligent, you do manage to shun the thought away. But it'll stick with you. But you do manage to fall asleep, as do the rest of you, and you will pertain to a long rest. So all your spell slots have been replenished, and any missed life has been replenished too. Any hit die, which I don't think any of you have, has been replenished too. So you are back to as you started. As you, as the night goes, let's go Bubbles. Give me a survival check for me. You should need to beat a 10.
I lost my dice. Oh, sorry. Math. I get quick maths. Quick maths. 21.
You had to beat a 10, but cool.
Okay,
21.
okay.
She survives the nuclear.
Yeah,
attack.
she survives the night.
Everyone else dead.
The night goes off without a hitch. There's no interruptions. It is a quiet night because the town is so small. Not even the sound of like any scampering through the street. No passerbys. It is the quietest and most restful night's sleep you all receive. As the sun comes up, you hear the creaking of the bar, like of the door at the back opening up. And one of you take a little peep over, and you see this gnomish lady rubbing her eyes. Right, sun's up, get up, you fuckers. She rubs her eyes off and starts pouring herself a drink.
At this point, I'd already be awake because I only need to sleep for 4 hours doing long rest.
All
So
right.
I'd be awake. I'd be like just laying there.
You only have to,
awake,
but does it mean that you don't sleep for a whole 8 hours?
That is true.
Right. All right, don't take a sleep in, you groggy fuck. So you're already awake, sort of.
I'm awake.
Are you still in bed, or are you?
I would still be in bed at that point, but like the moment she said that, I'd be like up.
Well, let's say you're the one that sort of like, as the creaking door happened, you like came up and sort of put yourself on the banister looking down. You're the one that sort of spotted her rubbing her eyes.
Yeah, I would be up trying to get my cloak on again. And,
roll me a d20 with advantage. You need to beat an 11 that no one saw you.
Rolled a 14 on the first one, so
Perfect. No one, whilst everyone was waking up, you were managed to cloak up before anyone saw you.
cool. As I was there'd be like a torch or something in the room, yeah.
In the upstairs, yeah, there's like a little like oil lantern that you can light up.
As I'm leaving, I'm gonna use druid craft to light the.
Cool. So what does that
Yell
look?
back to everyone to get up.
What does that look like? So is it like a click? Is it a?
I reckon it'd just be like a click, be like a little like. I suppose ember like shoots towards the.
So like a.
Yeah.
Click and point. Yeah, I love that. So you sort of like click and point. That lantern fires up as you announce for everyone to get up.
All I'm picturing is Mustang from Full Metal Alchemist.
Roy Mustang.
Yeah.
Do you know what's a great turnaround from all this? Roy Mustang is voiced by Travis Willingham, who's Critical Role. Love the turnaround. Let's go.
Wow.
Let's
Oh,
go. Always back to Critical Role.
So I wake up and unravel the tail that's draped around one of my legs.
It's basically like a boa constrictor now. When like when a snake is trying to like size up its meal, it's just like.
I'd probably
And,
say in. Oh, sorry.
I was going to say, because of my limited social interactions, I don't, after pondering it last night, I just don't think into it anymore.
Cool.
This is normal. This is what people do.
Yeah, love that.
After feeling my tail get moved around, and like, would you be doing it like trying to sneak it off, for lack of a better description?
No, I don't
Like,
think
not to
so. There's nothing
disturb?
sneaky about what I do.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's a good
Well-
point. So he's just like,
I'd have probably like woken up, and somehow, no one understands how it works, but I went to bed wearing all of my clothes, but have woken up with no shirt on, and like I'm still wearing everything else.
just the
but
shirt
I
is
just-
off.
Yep, exposing complete skin, and
How do you look?
I'd probably very in shape.
Yeah.
Like, not like all muscle, no fat whatsoever, but like you can tell that the being a sailor has definitely worked for.
Like Hellboy with his shirt off.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but on a smaller frame.
Yeah. Gotcha. Yeah. So a CrossFitter basically.
Yeah,
Yeah. Nice.
and I'd have probably rolled over and looked at Loris and gone,
Hey, whoa.
"Thanks for last night, handsome," and just gone hunting for my shirt with not another word.
Lovely.
I just pull it out from on my side here. There you go.
Just so nonchalantly, like no expression, just like, here you go. It's yours. Love it. Bubbles, Alia?
I would have probably been up when the gnome, I forgot her name, came out and yelled at us all to get up, being used to such a strict and regimented routine previously.
Yep.
And she's probably up, moving around, doing something, but trying to stay quiet. to not disturb anyone else.
Semi-startled from the initial, like, oh, time to get up. Go. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Bubbles?
I probably would try to wait for. Is it like one big room that we're all in?
Yeah, so you're in a
okay.
lofted area of the bar where just they've put out like bedrolls for everyone. They've given bedrolls to like space apart, so you can be as closer apart as possible. Like obviously, Jorg and Loris are bunk to bunk sort of
Next to each other,
situation,
yeah.
but you could have been 30 feet away down in the shadows, or you could have been up with the gang, depending on how you flavor it.
I probably would have just waited for everyone to head downstairs or head out of sight. That way I could cloak up and no one see anything suspicious.
Yeah, cool. So they all start making their way down the stairs. The minute you see that you're sort of close, you sort of tuck into the back a little bit, where obviously you're out of view, and you get your cloak back on, tuck in your wings, and you make your way down. All right, so I've prepared you some breakfast. I've got some coffee for you, and what's the thought? You're going to check out these ruins, see if you can't get yourselves a bit of coin.
Yeah, why not? I'll grab a bit of food and go sit down at one of the tables.
I'll walk down the stairs and I'll eye off the food and I say, Theta, is there any information you can tell me about the ruins? Were there any other creatures that you saw there?
She sort of like ponders a little bit. He turns to you first and says, make sure you fucking eat your food and drink your coffee. You know how it goes. There wasn't any creatures I saw. It was a very tight set of ruins, couple of broken walls, and then this big crypt, you'd call it. But I didn't venture in. I just sort of pondered around the walls to have a look, see for anything hidden, and saw a bit of treasure here and there. But nothing I saw, but it is surrounded by some very, very thick forest. So there's a good chance you might run into something if you get too close. But I didn't see anything of too much worry.
because I've been working at the pub for a while, I would have picked up on rumors going about, you know, some of the other adventurers and everything like that coming through. Can I roll? What
History?
would it be? History, yeah, and see if you know we can bounce information off of each other.
Yeah, roll a history check for me. I didn't grab the other beer. Fuck. I had two.
Oh, that's.
Two prior lives in the house. I was like, fuck. Should have brought the second one.
I got a nat one.
Nat
So
one.
I have not been paying a single bit of attention.
Yeah, you like sort of like ponder for a second. You're like, did he want to sleep with me? And then you're like, gotcha.
I get distracted immediately. Yeah.
Yeah, you feel what seems to be a towel wrapping around your leg. You're like, ah! You don't know quite what it was, but no, you.
As I've sat down, I felt my sword just sort of slide down my leg.
You're like, ooh. But you from the nat one, unfortunately, you don't refer to any information about these ruins.
Mhm.
Bubbles, you've now joined the rest of the group.
I think when oh sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I think when Jorg came down for breakfast, he would have looked at Theta and just been like, "Thanks for brekkie, princess. Love your work," and just wandered to the furthest corner of the room to just eat his breakfast in peace.
She sort of looks at you and tilts her head a bit. Don't know if you heard the rumors, but the order to bury the sweeter juice. You should have called on me last night. You might have had a bunkmate. Well, a smaller one. And just gives a giggle. Hey, Thief, have you had your coffee yet?
I probably would have started drinking it, yeah.
Describe to me the perfect coffee that you've had. What is the perfect... What if you were to drink a coffee and you'd be like, that's exactly what I wanted the coffee to taste like to be perfect? What would it taste like?
I don't know. I suppose the best coffee I've had was a double ristretto latte. That shit was pretty fucking good. So probably something similar to that.
Cool. So you start
Is that
drinking
the
it.
coffee I made him
know
when I
what
was a
that is.
barista.
You start having that and you're drinking it and you're just like, damn, this is really good. Like really, really good. And you go and you get to the point where you're doing the whole like, ah. And as the last drop hits, you feel this surge of like energy, strength, power, just full on replenishment. Can you take your hit die for me that you have and roll it for me and tell me what you get?
Fuck, my hit does a D6. It's a 2.
You have 2 temporary hit points on top of your max HP.
Oh shit. Not 20.
None of you have seen Thief's expression because Thief did go off and eat his food and drink his coffee all by himself.
That's
I
fair.
probably would have grabbed my food, eaten as quickly as I can, and then gone out front to see if there was any herbs thick.
Did you drink your coffee?
I want to say yes, but I also want to say no.
It's not metagaming. If you
No, I know she's a tea kind of lady. I would say no.
would she have tasted it for curiosity?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, if you taste it, it's too good. What is the perfect what is the perfect taste for Bubbles?
Just something that tastes like ground.
Yep.
And earth. Yeah, she loves that shit.
You could have sworn this was a blend of old dirt, green tea leaves, and a straight coffee bean the size of your head. That's that's the mixture of all three, like the flavor, and then that was just whisked into this magical drink. you down, like you go to take a sip and you want to put it away and then go, and you realize that your body is turned and the hand is still clasped around the drink, and you're just back for more, back for more, back for more, and then you just again tilt back up, pinky out because you're a bit of a finer indulger of the teas and coffees, and again this rush over your body of like for yourself, it's like a lightness that flows over you. The feeling you would feel that as if you had healed someone with your line of work when you'd finished your line of work, and how they would feel afterwards is what that is. And roll your hit die for me.
I know.
How do I know?
So it'd be on your player characters.
Would be 6. 2.
Well, what's your HP
8.
and what's your Constitution modifier?
0.
So then your hit die would be a D8.
Which one's an 8?
The diamond.
That one. Flee. I got flee.
3. You have 3 temporary hit
Wait.
points on top of your max HP.
No, press
All right. Is everyone just getting naked? That's why everyone hides their screen.
No, I pressed a button and it closed everything, and
Oh.
now I can't work out how to turn the camera
Oh,
back on.
wait. So you're still in it? There should be a
Yeah,
red camera button.
On the first link.
Oh wait, no,
not
you're gone, aren't you?
I can still see everything. I just
Yeah, you've left. Hold up.
That's
oh
just
shit.
There's only 5 there.
Oh, it says 6 for me.
Yeah, but I'm the 6th.
How many?
Oh wait, maybe.
X fast, take your shirt off.
And he's
What?
back.
Oh, it's leaving.
There we
fix
go.
it?
You're on the wrong
He's
side,
back.
but sure.
Wait, can I just quickly confirm, Alia, you are XP girl, right?
Huh?
No.
No,
No,
there's
no.
someone in the chat is just telling Gex to take his shirt off.
That is that
Oh,
is one
fuck
of
God.
Gex's friends. One of
I
his
was like,
friends.
wait, what? And someone just like randomly like, take your shirt off. I was like, okay, shit.
Hi XP.
I was
Oh,
like,
that's
wait,
wild.
what?
Yeah,
Shit,
we
it's
can
all
see you next
starting.
weekend.
Go on, Gex. We need the subs.
Quick, let me get me that OnlyFans money.
No.
Oh, that's awesome.
Perfect. So Bubbles, Thief, you've both had a drink of your coffee. Continuing on.
Yeah, so as I'm eating my food, obviously I'm still a little bit seedy. I'm definitely gonna just take a massive gulp of my coffee.
Perfect. So what would be your perfect taste, Loris?
The perfect taste for Loris is probably over-sweetened coffee. So it's practically sugar milk with a slight coffee flavor.
Yeah, you got
Yeah.
a white mocha.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, yours is more like a coffee milkshake,
Mhm.
but hot.
Yeah, he's
like-
still very young. Yeah.
But, Theta knows how you like it. She's designed this for you. You drink it and it's Sunday morning. It's that bright Sunday morning drink that you drink every single week just to keep you tough and mighty. You know how it goes. What the fuck just went on his head? Sorry. Yorg's head just went white like it was
Christopher, take that
like
off
it was a
right now.
clan meeting.
You look like a patient. Take that off.
Oh.
But yeah, you drink this down. Drink. Yours is a little bit extra large because you're an extra large boy. And and then roll your hit die for me.
What would mine be? Because I have
12.
14. It's just 12?
Yeah, yours, because I'm pretty sure you got a constitution modifier of 2.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's always your hit die plus your constitution modifier.
Roll the dice. Oh my god.
Get physical dice, forehead.
You know what? I just rolled the physical one because it just rolled a d20.
Yeah, boy.
Oh no, I didn't. There we go. 7.
7. Add 7 temporary hit points on top of your max HP.
Are the temporary hit points including our Constitution modifier?
No, just temp
Okay,
hit
cool.
points. So for our boy at 14 over there is now 21, but temporary hit points cannot be recovered, so they're just on top.
Yeah.
And then Aaliyah.
Sorry, she's having a laughing fit. Give her a minute.
Okay. Why?
She likes the meme.
No, I'll send the picture in
Could-
Discord.
Oh, I thought it was because you look like you're trying to cover up, like you're trying to be a condom.
I said I actually can't say that on stream. Never mind. Oh, I probably could, but I shouldn't.
No, I'm trying to keep my hair like under control.
Where's it?
I'm not tying it up. Can't be fun.
Bro, you can't even say anything. You've got two people in this chat that have much longer hair.
I know.
No,
Hence why I'm wearing
3.
a beanie.
4. Everyone's got longer hair than you.
Yes.
You're like, oh, it's too hard to maintain.
No, I'm just too lazy.
Yeah, fair enough. Play on. Cool. Aaliyah. Aaliyah was on that wacky tobacco last night. Woo!
She probably wouldn't drink coffee.
No.
No, but like. She could drink anything else, like quite literally anything else.
Okay.
She's not very fussy in that regard. So yeah, she's sitting down with not near everyone, not next to anyone, but like near them. She's slowly learning to trust them.
Yeah, give me a perception roll for me. Oh shit.
Oh shit.
13.
13. You look at your feed in front of you, and obviously this food is much better than what you're very, very used to. And looking at the drink, you can't really make heads or tails of it because you can't make it. You don't know if it's coffee, if it's juice. It feels warm, but it doesn't look milky. You're not sure of the drink. You haven't been told it's coffee. You've just been told, here's your breakfast, here's your drink, and make your choice from there.
She probably wouldn't drink the drink because, you know, she doesn't want to be potentially poisoned. But she'll definitely like eat the food. Yeah.
Cool. So you eat your food, you do leave your drink, and then you will ready yourself up. She does go to Theta goes and cleans up, and she just sort of looks at you one more time. She says, "Don't be afraid," and just sort of gestures the cup towards you.
You should probably take a sip or two, trusting Theta a little bit more, because if she made it, which is what Alia is assuming, then it's no doubt safe.
Yep. The minute you have one sip, it's addictive. You can't stop yourself. You go after it. What drink would just make Aaliyah just crumble emotionally to let the guard down completely and just smash down this drink?
Probably a drink like her parents used to make her before they died, so potentially like a hot chocolate type thing, like something a child would drink.
So as you drink it, you take your first sip and you are beyond belief shocked, but enticed and warm. It's sweet, it's warm, this hint of like cocoa and sweetness and like little marshmallows, what we would call them marshmallows, and it feels like an embrace. From the minute you sip, it feels like home. and it feels like love. And you just keep going. You cup it with 2 hands as if to embrace it back. A single tear rolls down the front of your face as you're drinking it. And as the last sip goes in, your heart just your heart feels hugged and warm. And you feel lighter on your step, stronger in your muscles. And roll your hit die for me.
I don't know what your hit die is.
What is Alia's full health? Max health at the moment?
9.
And what's your constitution modifier? I think it's +1.
+1.
Yep, so your hit die would be a D8. Roll a D8 for me.
Yes.
That's a 3.
3. Add 3 temporary hit points on top of your max HP. So just make sure we're keeping them separate. We're not just being like, I have 12 health. Just you have 9 and 3, or like whatever you've obviously rolled. The theater. Well, I've fed you. You've had my drink, and you should be feeling alright, almighty at this point. She looks at you, Loris. I'll fucking miss you. You've been the backbone of this place while I've been gone, and forever thankful, forever grateful, forever missed. You go out there, boy, and you learn the way of the world, and I'll be right here when you get back.
I can't thank you enough, Theta, for giving me the opportunity. Obviously, we both knew this couldn't last forever, but you have given me a big footstep up in becoming an adventurer.
You got some big feet, so it makes it hard to make a small footstep. She turns back, grabs your favorite bottle of rum, and just throws it to you. One for the road.
Yep, I grab it before Jorgenstein tries to intercept it.
Remember me. Or to forget. Up to you.
I don't think I could ever forget.
She looks at the lot of you. He'll take care of you. But by God, you take care of him. Or I'll find you. That's me, boy. Nonetheless. Safe travels. And many treaders ahead.
I think.
Yep.
I was gonna say, I think as she says that, I'd give her like a wink and a knowing nod.
Yeah.
And just like turn away and get ready to walk.
Loris, roll me a perception check for me.
That is 11.
11. That'll be enough. This is the hardest woman you've ever met. Like she made you quake at the start of things because, you know, she was your superior. Like she was the head of you. Like for a big guy and the little woman, it's like the mouse and the elephant. Like you might be huge, but just her stature, personality, so rock hard that it was terrifying. And as she turns away, you clock and a single tear just sort of rolls down her cheek as she turns to walk back into behind the bar to ready her day. All right, the fucking lawyer, get out. Go. I got business to tend to. She starts cleaning a mug.
All right, if everyone is more than happy, let's head on out before the real waterworks begin. I look back and give her a sly little grin.
You fucking little shit. Remember, right from the door, go about 2 miles, take a left, look for the stones. and don't come back for a good wee time. Couldn't handle that.
I start heading
Alright.
towards the
Door.
door and
I'll make sure to duck as I go out, not to disturb the last time. I don't expect it to be the last time I exit, but I know it's going to be the last time for a while.
As you pass under, you do feel like hand marks and like a little bow in the wood where, you know, you've constantly in and out the front door, just not been mindful, but you've left your impression there. But she doesn't fix it. She leaves it there. It's obviously important to her. Like the height etchings of a child. It's something there to remember you by. All right, is everyone out?
yeah.
I think Jorgenstein, for the first time since anyone's met him, just keeps his mouth shut, but has the biggest shit-eating grin on his face, and just puts his hands behind his head and just like walks around like that.
All right, Gojo. All right, you're out in the street. You know the direction you need to go.
Yeah, so I guess yeah, we're making our way. Is everyone's in tow?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, yeah, I guess it's just natural for me to want to take lead. So I just sort of, yeah, I don't know if I'm outpacing anyone, so I'm always keeping an eye out just to make sure that, you know, everyone's sort of in tow. And we proceed towards the ruins.
Perfect. So as you are the lead, I'll get you to make a survival check to see how well your travels go. How well you know
And
your
we
distancing.
ended up in Mordor.
Oh shit.
Sorry, did you say nature?
No, survival.
Survival. Am I blind? There it is.
I feel like for flavor, this whole time, Jorgenstein's just like
I got a 3.
poking and prodding and annoying the shit out of everyone in the party.
Yeah, just being that guy. Did you say you got a 3?
I got a 3.
Okay. So
This trip's gonna go really well.
yeah, you definitely don't gauge the distancing very well, and definitely go a little bit longer. So you know, 2 miles walking, probably be half an hour. You end up probably, you know, 2 hours, 2.5 hours. Yeah, it's taken a lot longer to find your way to these ruins, and without obviously taking care of yourselves, you could have obviously ended up in a lot worse of a more exhausted situation. Definitely want to deal with these ruins quickly, because now that you've been out for a little bit longer without any food or like stopping and eating, you might be getting a little bit exhausted potentially. But nonetheless, after a bit of a wiggle waggle and, you know, going left instead of right and coming back a few, you do find yourselves approaching what seems to be a rock, man-made, cobblestone-ish, you know, approaching the right way.
I turn back and go, guys, see, I knew exactly where we were going.
Half the party huffing and puffing because they didn't quite know how to get there and thought they might do a better job.
Bubbles shakes her head.
But nonetheless, you do arrive at these ruins. So what you do see approaching, you are coming to the front of said ruins, as you see 3 or 4 like blocks of like cobblestone ruptured, some, you know, elevating up to about 4 feet, like starting at about 1 foot. Others are just like a plain little line, you know, approaching left and right until you see like a major like cryptish building, big stone door blocking the entrance, but probably about 15 feet wide by 20 feet long with a, like I said, a big stone door at the front.
All right, well, I don't want to waste any more time, so I just approach the door and I go to open it. I put my hands on the door.
Cool. Push on a little bit. Seems very, very stuck. Like this thing is like, it's heavy and it is locked in place. You can't really budge this door.
Yep.
Do we know? Did she mention any like who would have built these ruins or anything like that?
She didn't mention anything. You wouldn't know too much about anything. Yeah, no, you didn't mention too much.
Can I detect magic on the door?
Yeah, sure. Go for it. Is there any like rolls or anything that you need to do for it?
No.
Nope. Nothing. There's no magic to this door.
Well, yeah. I mean, obviously, being as strong as I am and the door not moving, I do come to the conclusion that there might be some sort of key or something that we need to do to unlock it, just because of the stories that I've heard from other survivors about when they go to ruins and dungeons and stuff like that. So I would like to roll investigation.
So you're investigating for a key, or you're rolling perception to look around the area?
Perception.
Roll perception for me.
All right. I said that's an 8.
8. You look around, you're scanning. No, like, items, nothing sticking out, shining. You do look over the left-hand side, so there's a wall probably like 10 feet in front of the crypt or the whatever this building is. You do see a small leather boot.
Okay.
Like, faced up. So, like, that's the neck of the boot, and then the toes are facing up.
Just Loris that
Interesting.
takes.
Yeah, because Loris walked to the door and then whipped around and started looking back.
I'd probably, while he doing that, be like looking, like.
You have to talk.
Stop being so far away from your microphone.
I would be like looking around the area, seeing if there's any like other entrances or anything like that, while Loris is at the big stone door.
Cool. Make a perception check for me.
I would have promptly given up and tried to look for herbs in the surrounding area.
9. So, which way from the ruin do you go? If you're looking at the ruin like this, are you going right or left?
To the left.
To the left. Cool. You start looking around the ruins. The actual building itself, very sturdy. Obviously the walls have been broken down. Again, you're not really seeing too much. Bubbles, you said you're going to look for some herbs. Which way are you going?
Right.
Right.
Right is right.
As you start going right, and you haven't even like gone to the ruins. You just basically darted for the edge of the forest, looking on the trees for like mushrooms and other herbs. Give me a perception check.
Oh, 18.
Yeah, cool. So you start brushing towards the forest line, and as you pass the first wall on the right hand side from where you were walking to, you catch a glimpse of a body. A very similar body type to a gang of goblins that you just fought.
Can I go investigate the body?
Absolutely. You approach the body. Roll an investigation check for me.
That's an 11.
11. On investigation, you look at the body. It's still, eyes are closed. With a bit of a rough of the body, you see scratch marks, bite marks, and very similar kit to the problems that you saw just last night. Thief, can I get a perception check for me?
That's a natural 20.
Natural 20. Good roll. So as
He
you start,
sees the world.
yeah, he sees everything. He begins to believe. You start to creep around the left side, and as you do, you hear and a little clampering. You hear it to your far right, back towards the opposite side of where you were, tree line-ish, and pretty close to your back left. And then you hear the footfall of like skitters, but quite large skitters. As you turn to what you see on your left-hand side is quite a large rodent-like creature beelining towards you.
I'd probably try attack it. I like. Would I suppose like offensively try and attack? I suppose.
Cool. And on that note, let's roll initiative.
RUS? Rodent of unusual size? I'm glad.
Yeah, but I. Yeah. Oh. I don't know. No, I don't know. Oh well. I'll have a look. Not. Yeah. I'm gonna change dice. These ones are shit. I got the one nat 20, and then these ones became shit. I'll keep that one out because I want to forget what number I rolled. Get rid.
We could send Brinley good luck. To cold at the and sniffing shorts.
I will gladly take that dog. It's you guys trying to convince her to come to us. The issue.
Honk shoe and sniffing Mitchell's shorts at the moment.
Very small, big rodent.
Rodent of unusual size.
Coolies. So, can I get 25 to 20? 19 to 15.
Yep, I got a 9.
19. What's your dex modifier? Plus what?
+2.
What's your dex number?
Is a 14.
14. Uh, 14 to 10.
10
10 on bubbles.
ish.
9 to 5.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep, what'd you get?
I got a 8.
I got a 7.
It's a little quiet over there. Roll now.
What'd you get, big boy?
3.
3?
She rolling that one.
Was that a natural 1?
No, it was a 3.
Was it 3? Cool.
Do you not have any deck?
I have 0 bonus.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm not a very quick boy.
All right. So,
Right, second set of die. Let's see if I do better.
so to start off with, out from a very close bush popped out another giant rat who beelined it to you, Bubbles.
Oh.
Lots of giant.
That's a natural 20.
Okay. Well, I'm dead. Good luck, everyone. See you guys later.
So that's 4.
Peace out.
I'll just go to bed now.
That's 8 damage.
Okay, well, oh, never mind. Temporary hit points are a thing. Hold on. Wait a minute. All right. We're still kicking. Kind of.
Cool. So out of nowhere, this giant rat starts running to you from the bushes and just jumps and just gnaws right into your neck, hitting a vital area in the neck, and it just sinks in, and the piercing just keeps pushing until it finally gives, and it just finally releases and jumps back and leaves a gratuitous wound on your body. And that is his turn. Moving on to Thief with Bubbles on deck.
I would move more towards the actually no, first I would use my innate sorcery.
Mm-hmm.
So the only, I suppose, visual difference that others would see would be like a dim blue glow coming from my right, like, coat sleeve.
No one can currently see you at the present moment.
Yeah, I know. When they can see me again.
Yep.
Is that was what they would, the only difference they'd see. And then I'd move more towards like the front of the
Me.
How far do you want to go?
yeah.
Me.
Go another one forward and then one to the right, I suppose. One to the right.
As in towards the front door or away from the front door?
Towards the front door.
Left.
On my screen it's right.
Yeah, all good, all good.
I would then like to
Give us a
cast
sec.
Witch Bolt.
Which
Oh,
bolt?
if you wanna-
That right over here.
Yeah, at that guy.
Cool. Talk me through which bolt.
It's a beam of crackling energy launches towards a creature within range. You form a sustained arc of lightning. Make a ranged spell attack against it. On a hit, it takes 2d12 lightning damage. And on
Jesus.
each of my subsequent turns, I can take a bonus action to deal another 1d12 lightning damage to the target automatically, even if the first attack missed.
And what does innate sorcery do?
Gives me advantage on all of my
Spells.
sorcerer spells and a +1 to my DC.
Perfect. All right, then. Yeah, roll an attack with advantage on giant rat.
It's a 15 to hit.
Certainly hits. Roll damage.
Maybe.
It's 10 damage overall.
10 damage. The witch bolt comes firing out of this blue hueish arm. You can see now that again the crackles and the sparks from the arm start really taking effect, and this thing just bursts into into a dust cloud basically, and he is no more. There we go. Good job. He dead.
And that would be my turn.
Perfect. Bubbles, you are up with Loris on deck. Also, just really quickly, Alia, would you be there, or have you come up with the crew?
I would have probably come up with the crew.
Cool. Put you there. Bubbles, you're up.
If I take like a step back, that would be an attack of opportunity. Yeah?
Yes, you'd be leaving melee range.
I am just gonna go for good old poison spray.
Perfect. So you're gonna poison spray the rat?
Yeah, favorite little cantrip. Does a quick maths? Come on, 13 hit.
13 certainly hits. Roll for damage.
Oh, I'm making sure that's not through.
Well, not that one. That's the one. 7. Yeah, 7.
7 damage. So you spray this giant rodent. That also then dies.
You got it. Come on. You got it.
Fuck it, it's dead.
Almost there. Okay.
Cool. At that point, roll perception for me.
Quick maths. Nope, that's performance. Oh, I'm panicking now. Oh, 15.
15?
Yes.
I have so many minis, but none of the ones I need right now. Gonna use your imagination on this one, okay, guys?
That's all right.
So see these guys? They're gonna be hawks.
Yeah.
Birdie.
I love bird. I like corvid.
Bird.
Corvids will remember you generations and tell their kids to not go visit you if you're mean to them.
I smacked a crow with a stick once upon a time.
Yeah, well, now that crow's family is gonna remember you and hate you for the rest of your life.
Yep, it's coming for you.
Mind you, that magpie didn't come anywhere near me.
So,
Yeah.
with that perception check, as that rat drops, you do. The first thing you hear is. And you do spot two dog-like mastiff creatures approaching from the front to outside of the forest you were just coming from, and to those sides, well, at least to this side, disregard this one. It's just I don't want to go back over there and see it. Disregard this one. You do see squawking down this hawk-like figure. Wait, I have to roll for them. Wait. You wait now. Oh, shit.
I didn't like that.
Shit.
Quick, one pull out an instrument and play a little ditty.
You're no bard no more.
Don't worry, guys. I got a flute.
Cast vicious mockery. I can't talk.
You are the mockery.
Best thing I got is poison spray or ice knife. Oh.
Now, luckily, they're not going to be in this initiative order. But they have entered the battle. But yeah, that's you've used your poison spray.
Yeah. I'd like to possibly scream out to everyone. We're gonna get attacked! Being all panicked and terrified.
Cool. That's the bonus action. You alert everyone that there is other hostiles in the area. Everyone does a quick little swing and does see all the creatures that are currently around.
Yeah.
Cool.
That's it.
Awesome. All right, so that's to Loris with Leah on deck.
Am I within 30 feet of Bubbles?
5, 10.
I'm 35 actually.
Oh yeah, you'd be 35. Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Can I walk myself over to Bubbles, and I will cast Lay on Hands as a bonus. To heal a total of
You have 5 hit points to give out.
it's just 5 at a time.
Well,
Oh,
you
because I'm
have
only level one,
you have
yeah.
a pool of 5 points, so you can give between 1 and 5 points out.
Yep, I see how that works.
Only missing 5.
Well, yeah, I would use all 5 because I saw how vicious the attack was.
Yep, cool. So you've used your pool of 5 hit points to lay on hands, Bubbles. Absolutely. As you're walking over, you did see the hawk in your far corner.
Yeah.
All right, and I don't think I can't do anything else after that. Actually, do I have my javelin equipped?
Sure do.
As well as my longsword. So
Yeah, you can rip it out.
I'm gonna whip out a javelin and throw it at one of the dogs.
One of the dogs. What's your range on the javelin?
Attack javelin.
I think they're 2060.
It is 3120.
Yeah, cool. You could definitely hit one of those doggies. Roll your attack.
All right, that's 20 to hit.
That hits. Roll your which one do you want to attack?
The closest one.
So this bad
so
boy
the one
over here.
on, yes, yep.
Cool. Roll your damage.
All right, and if I'm correct in saying they suffer the slowness effect, and that's a max of 6.
You did 6 damage.
Yep.
Doesn't matter about the slow ability. You pierce this dog straight from mouth to ass. He is dead skis.
Come shush kebab.
Yeah. Stop watching, guys. Stop it. I know that's the silence. I can hear the silence.
And the tree fell over from the.
Fuck, I'm so close.
That's what she said.
I have a child. I know that we didn't get that close. We didn't. Oh, you know what? The javelin took out that tree on the way through.
He just got with such momentum, it just took out the tree.
Yeah.
Dirty 20, yeah, just created such a wind force.
Absolutely. So that mastiff is dead.
And that's my turn.
Perfect. We move on to Leah with Jorg on deck.
How far away from the dog would I be?
10, 20, 30 feet max.
Yeah.
Okay. So I would like to walk 10 feet towards the dog and then just fucking lob a dagger at it and see what happens.
Love that. Make your attack roll.
Yeah, that's totally.
That sounded good. Sure, that went well.
No, she's pressing buttons and none of the buttons we're doing.
Oh, well, it showed up on my screen. Do you just want me to tell you?
Yeah.
It was a 17.
Oh, yeah.
17. Oh.
Well, that certainly hits. Roll your damage.
That would be
Five.
5 damage. You grab this dagger and with pinpoint accuracy between the eyes, you see a full-fledged, full-life mastiff just go paralyzed and dead in a second from a dagger directly to the brain. He did.
And that'll end my turn there.
Perfect. Jorg, you are up.
Just to refresh my memory, which ones were the hawks again?
Top right, top corners.
Top corners.
So,
Cool. So I think this would be your left, my right. Looks like I have a clear shot.
this one?
Yep.
Yeah, you sure do.
I would like to use my longbow
Mm-hmm.
to fire a shot at him.
Yeah, go for gold.
I don't know why I rolled the website. 9.
I'll let you roll physical.
Cool. My brain just completely did not function then, and I'm like, yep, cool.
What'd you roll?
Can we stick with the website, please?
Nah.
Well, is your
I
9
rolled
is
a
not
7.
is your 9 plus your weapon modifier?
Yes.
Okay, so you
Or
put
7 plus weapon,
7 plus what?
weapon modifier.
Is your weapon
Oh.
modifier only 2?
Yeah.
Oh wow. So you pull back, aim true, straight left of the hawk.
I will travel 30 feet to close the distance. Whatever route that may take, just 30 feet. Oh, I'm leaving my arm behind. I don't think that's a good idea.
That's been there since forever. Cool. Close the gap.
Wait.
Is that your turn?
Yeah, that'll be my turn.
Cool. Top of the round. Whoever says yes first can make a perception roll.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, Jorg, roll perception for me.
Are we sure we want Chris doing it?
He's already done it. Game on.
That that's a 9.
9. Now, luckily, because you are the closest to the building, 9 will be just enough to hear a loud bang and a crash. But you don't have enough time to kind of look what it is or where it is. But you definitely heard something bang and crash on those ruins.
Uh-oh.
Thief, you're up.
Do I see the other bird on like this near me?
As in the other side, or the one that you just
Yeah.
attacked? Because you're over here.
Off to Dice Prison.
You're over here looking at these two. You can see this one. You can't see this one.
Yeah. Alright. No, because you said when you put that one down before, you said disregard it. So I was.
Oh, you can see it now.
Alright. Okay. Cool. I'm gonna use Sorcerer's Burst.
Yep. Go for gold. So roll with an advantage.
One of them's got to be lucky.
A 19.
Definitely hits. Roll your damage. And while you do that, can you roll me perception for me, please?
I definitely can.
You need a bit
that
of 6.
That is 7 damage.
7 damage. The hawk is very dead.
I got 4 for the perception.
You rolled a 4.
I rolled a 2 and then I have a
Wow.
+2.
Wow. So you take a glimpse around, seeing if you can see what ever crashed into the ruins, and even then you don't, because you're so focused on the battle, you don't quite see what just crash landed on the thing. But that's.
And I think I would then move closer to everyone, sort of like in front of the other pillar.
On the other pillar.
That'll turn.
Perfect. Cool. On that go, it is the hawk's turn. So the hawk is going to close down on Yorg. And is going to take an attack at Yorg. Does a 23 hit?
Yeah, not
Bro,
man.
That
Definitely
that
not.
dice is fucked. I've rolled nothing less than a 16. You take 1 slashing damage.
Oh, fuck it. I'll take that.
And at the end of the turn, you hear this. Now, I'm going to use Toothless, but as you look, you see a giant griffin on the top of the ruins.
Holy sick. Going in Gandalf style.
Looking down from the ruins. Griffin. There you go, something a little bit more fine. That moves on to Bubble's turn. With Loris on deck.
A griffin is not classed as a correct.
Not classed as what?
A beast?
It's a monstrosity.
Yeah, that's what. Heck, man. So there's the one bird attacking Yorg, and then there's one dog left?
No, both dogs are dead.
Oh, okay. So it's just the bird and the griffin?
Yep.
Okay, cool. I'd like to take a step over, that way I have clear line of sight to the griffin.
Mm-hmm.
And then, oh, you know what time it is. It's poison spray time.
How far does your poison spray go?
30 feet? Is that not 30 feet? If I need to get closer, that's okay too. I do have movement, so.
Come here. That should get you there. So you're gonna
Okay.
poison spray the griffin.
Oh, yeah, I am.
Make your attack roll.
Oh, don't fail me now. 18.
18 hits. Roll for damage.
Oh. 2.
2 damage.
2.
So you throw this little ball of acid at this griffin, and it just sort of like takes it and just shrugs it off. Still hit it, but didn't do anywhere near as strong as you wanted it to be.
Yeah.
Cause it's a fucking griffin.
Yeah.
But at this time, is this the end of your turn?
Yes. Yes. I think I'm gonna regret it, but yeah, it is.
How tall is the ruins?
Probably about 25 feet or 20 feet tall. But luckily,
Okay.
before your attack happens, you hear, "Get down, young one." Oh, sorry. No. Who am I being again? Ah, survivors. Well, better protect them. And you see a figure approaching. That is all you see at the present moment. But yeah, Loris, you're on with
Okay.
Alia on deck.
What? Can I roll to see if I know anything about griffins, like their attack patterns and stuff like that?
Sure, yeah. Make a history check for me. These are creatures of myth, so.
That's 16.
16. Yeah, so when thinking back to the mythology of creatures and beasts, you remember a creature like the griffin creature being somewhat feared, especially some of the larger ones that do come through. They're very keen and wise creatures. They attack very precisely, but usually they're not prone to attack just anyone. But when they do, they come very quickly. They'll attack multiple times and will deal pretty heavy hits on an attack. No ordinary traveler would be able to take down a griffin easily, but it is very strange that one is attacking you right now. I'll count that as your bonus action.
Okay. And then I will. Is it an action to equip my shield? 'Cause at the moment I'm like dual wielding, like two-handed wielding the sword.
I'll allow for now just a free action to switch it over, but in future it's a bonus action to like pull away. Oh no, because you did pull out your javelin, so yeah, I'll say it's usually a bonus action, but we'll let it run for now that you can pull out your shield and have your shield, your AC increased.
Yep. Okay. So yeah, I'll pull my shield up, and I will just get in front of Bubbles.
Fuck it.
I'm on the ground now.
Unconscious. The wind blew over.
Yeah, making saving throws. All right, and I am gonna hurl a javelin.
Cool. Make an attack roll. How many javelins you got?
Yeah. I think I have 5. Let me just double check that. I have 6.
6? Cool. All right, yeah.
But yeah, that one misses. Got 11.
11? That just misses.
And that'll end my turn.
Cool. All right. So the figure that you see pops out quickly into the trees, and will be casting their last 3rd level spell, which will be Magic Missile. 3, 5. So do I take you?
Isn't Magic Missile auto hit?
Pardon? In auto hit, yeah.
Mm.
5 darts at D4.
D4 plus.
Plus 1 per dart.
Yeah.
5 plus 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. 12 points of damage as this sorcerer-like entity comes out, just points the staff and just sends out darts of magic at this creature. As each of the darts fire into it, leaving it hurt after that, and signals you all to run towards the trees as he makes a dart for the trees too. And on the back of that, you then hear, "Don't worry, I will finish." And out from this side comes a large, brutish-looking paladinus type figure. "Run, I will finish." And that'll be Aaliyah. You're up. Dramatic effect.
If she's talking, we can't hear her, Chris.
No, she's
No,
trying to
I'm
work
thinking.
out
Ah,
if she has
cool.
her dagger still.
How far away am I from the ruins per se?
The ruins where the griffin is, about 40 feet.
Okay, can I move 30 feet?
Which way? Which way would you like to move?
Can I move towards Thief?
Towards Thief?
Yeah, in that general direction.
So 20 feet will put you into this square here.
That's all I'm gonna do for now.
Cool.
I think.
Cool.
Use your
you're up.
action to dash, can't you?
Can if you want. You also have any more movement speed as well.
Yeah, no, I think I'm just gonna leave it there now.
Cool. All right, Yorg, you're up.
What do I want to do? I feel like I would I would like to move 30 feet towards the forest,
Mm-hmm.
which would put how much distance between me and the griffin?
Probably about 60 feet. However, you will take an attack of opportunity because the hawk is still there.
Oh shit, I thought the hawk was dead.
Nah.
Sorry. I would like to retract my previous statement.
You can attack, then move.
Yes, I will attack the hawk, please.
Cool. He is in melee range. You can move to your scimitar.
Yes.
Cool. Roll your attack.
Actually, I'll use chill touch, sorry. Because that's another melee one.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
That is 13.
That hits. Roll your damage.
Fuck yeah, dog. Right. Not that one. I need that. Yes. That is 9 damage. 9 necrotic damage, sorry to be specific.
That does it. The hawk just fizzles away like a parrot, like as if you just, you know, burnt a skeleton to ash. It just fizzles away into dust.
Hell,
And
I'd like to hear that.
And are you running 30 feet towards old mate?
Yes.
All right. 30.
Which, if we're counting as bonus action now, I'd like to ready my long.
Yeah, so you've equipped your longbow ready for action potentially next turn.
Yes.
Cool. But that'll put you there, and it puts you about 60 feet from the creature.
Still well within perfect. So
cool. That's your attack.
that is my attack and end my turn, please.
Cool. So the figure is going to turn to you all, and he's going to say, "What are you doing? Run!" And he is going to jump. Now he's going to have to make an acrobatics check. Acrobatics is Dex. 13 plus 2. That's plenty fine.
I killed it. No, nothing.
He's going to jump up onto the griffin. And he is going to take a swing.
Yes, hold us forest.
That definitely hits. 2d6 plus 3 is 11. Now, con save. The griffin is fine, but still takes 7 points. So you see this tyrant of a paladin jump up on top, just whack, massive slash through the back of the creature. The creature, and for those that are watching this happen, you see the blade that he's holding starts to pulse, and you can almost sense that it's trying to drag something from this creature as the slice goes through. Even a little bit of blood starts to go towards the blade until it contracts back into the creature. But a heavy blow from the guy. Again, he looks and just gestures you to go. Now that is his turn. We've got Thief. you are up.
I'm gonna move 30 feet towards the forest.
Mm-hmm.
And
I have to go around.
I'm going to cast Toll the Dead Griffin. Makes Wisdom saving throw, and it takes 1d8 damage if it fails. Unless it's missing any of its hit points, then it takes 1d12.
Well, luckily for a griffin, the griffin has advantage on wisdom saves.
Fine.
That would be a dirty 20.
Ah, yeah, that
He is
that one.
fine. You send out this little chime. What kind of chime are we hearing? What kind of bell are we hearing when this happens?
It's like a church
Like-
bell, also like the
Ding.
yeah.
And the griffin sort of like tilts his head for a second. You can definitely tell like he's hearing the gong, gong, and it's like starts to shake and then just shakes his head off and just realizes and looks at you and realizes you've sent this at it.
And that will be my turn.
Cool. It's now the griffin's turn. The griffin is going to shake off this fella and put him beside him. And well, he is going to town on him. So he is going to use his 1 beak attack and his 1 claw attack. Needs to be to 12. Plus 5 to hit, 6 to hit. Misses first one, but hits with the claws. So misses the beak attack, but hits with the claws. Claws 2d6 plus 4. 6, 10. So he turns around and tries to bite at this paladinic person, but they like hold their blade up to him to keep the teeth from sinking in. But then underneath his claw just comes reefing up, clawing straight through this larger fella, dealing some pretty dominant damage. And then just be ready over this guy. You can tell that this creature's focus is now this paladin. That would be moving on to Bubbles with Loris on deck.
That guy is definitely within 5 feet, you would say.
Who?
The guy fighting the
Oh yeah,
griffin.
yeah.
Ah. I'd like to take a step to the side so I'm not behind Loris.
As in side towards the forest or side towards the center?
I still want to be within 30 feet of the griffin. I just don't want to hit Loris with a spell.
You would need to get really close because remember they are 20 feet up.
Yeah.
You would need to get to like probably like here.
Yeah. Yeah, fuck it. Fuck it. Why not?
Cool. You there?
Does a 13 hit?
A 13 misses.
Well, fuck myself. All right, that's
But
that's it.
as a legendary action, the sorcerer to the side of you just turns and goes, "Remember your way out," and he casts darkness around everyone in this section. So you are all engulfed in magical darkness.
Would that include me standing right next to him?
No, so it's only Bubbles, Loris and Aaliyah. You sense that this is to protect the vision of the creature to you guys.
How much movement would you say it took me to get there?
25?
To where I was?
20?
Okay, I'd move 10 feet backwards
Backwards is in which way?
towards the forest.
And that should get you out of darkness range. So you've just popped out and you see this figure like with a staff pointing at you to get you moving.
Yep, that's my turn.
Cool. All right, so that's going to be over to him now. Okay. So the guy is going to point at you, Loris, and he's going to go, well, if you won't move yourself, I'll move you myself. And he's going to cast telekinesis, his last spell slot. He rolled a 19. You need to beat this. You need to beat a strength check of that. Otherwise, he will move you with telekinesis.
Just straight strength.
Strength check, yeah. Or strength save, actually. No, strength save.
Yeah, he moves me.
Cool. So he, again, points his staff. Anyone near him can see that he's like magically fatigued, but he picks you up and moves you 30 feet out into the forest. And he just sort of says there, I don't think you understand the level of danger you guys are in at this present moment. Why won't you just move? And then he's going to take a few steps back into the forest now that he sees that most people are clearing. And he is going to leave the battlefield. And that will be his turn. And we've got... who just went? Aaliyah or Yorg? Yorg just did.
Bubbles did.
I just did.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Cool. Loris, you are up. No. Yes.
Yes.
Loris, you are up.
All right. Am I within 60 feet of the griffin? Probably not, right?
No, you'd be out of that range.
It's okay. Well, I'm just going to proceed out of the battlefield towards the forest.
Perfect. You are out of the combat area. Aaliyah, you're up with Jorg.
Could I move like towards the forest? I don't think I'm gonna get there, but like 30 feet towards the forest.
Absolutely. That's 30 feet right there.
Is a dash your full movement speed?
Yep. So if you dash, you'd get another 30 feet.
I'm gonna dash as well.
Perfect. You leave the combat area. Yorg, you are up.
I would like to, as one final hurrah, use my longbow to fire at the griffin.
Go for it. Roll your attack.
We are looking at now 16 to hit.
That hits.
Cool. 1d. That is 7 damage.
7 damage. Cool. You sink a nice arrow into this creature again. Looking out down. Are still very fixated on the creature that is below it. But that does look a bit more bloodied now.
And now I'm gonna fuck off.
Oh, you also leave the combat zone. Awesome. Up to Thief with Bubbles on deck.
I think I'm going to cast Sorcerer's Burst at the Griffin.
Cool. Roll your attack.
So 18 to hit.
Certainly hits.
6 damage.
6 damage. Lovely. Great connection with the creature. And what will you say?
Oh, I was going to say then I'm going to leave the...
Perfect. Great connection with the creature. Still crying and screaming out damage, but you do leave the combat zone. Bubbles, last on field.
No, I shouldn't. I'll just leave.
Cool. As you're leaving, make a perception check for me.
16.
That'll do it. As you're leaving, you manage to look out to this corner. Very hard to see. The only reason you see is because you have lived in the forest, in the trees, and you know what this habitat looks like. And you just see shimmering. Not shimmering as in like, you know, Edward Cullen Glitter Boy, but shimmering as in like a space of emptiness doesn't look right. As in the air is moving, the space itself is moving, and it's just in the last second that you just see two very long faint teeth curled around with a smile and red piercing eyes from that space just give a smile as you leave the battlefield.
It's a Cheshire cat.
Cheshire cat. Meow. And that will end the combat.
Okay.
So you keep running by the word of this this person that now that you're not in imminent danger, you have a proper look at. Tall, dark long robes, very, very elegant. Long pointed ears, humanoid, high elf looking, black hair down to his back, long staff with a greenish gemstone to the end of it. Bit tattered from the from battle, but very noble looking. He turns. We must seek refuge. There is an encampment soon. We'll go there. It will be safe. Then we must discuss. He keeps leading the party. And fair enough, you keep running for half a mile, and then up in the tree you see this wooden cabin-like enclosure. You see some stairs that weave their way up to it. And it seems like it's sort of like a hideaway halfway house in the middle of the forest. Quickly, up there, I'll explain everything. And potentially, I might make this worth your while.
Can I roll a perception check?
What are you looking for?
Anything. I don't like that.
Are you perception as in like you're looking around the place, or insight to see what he's about?
I guess maybe insight. Yeah, the guy.
Insight? Yeah.
About.
Roll insight.
18.
18. So from what you're gathering from what you're saying, there was a level of fear from obviously what you're seeing on the face with the running. You believe his intentions are right. You don't get any gauge of wrongdoing here.
Okay. I'll promptly go in.
Cool. You make your way up. Others?
I'll follow suit and my way up.
Yep.
Make sure you're talking to your microphone.
I thought I was close enough.
I feel like Jorg would like get there like huffing and puffing because he's not used to running so much as he's used to like being on a ship. And yeah, you're running up and down the ship. It's a much smaller distance.
Mm.
So I feel like he would get to the encampment and just say, "Hello, friend," and just fucking wander, just looking for water or something.
The person there doesn't take too much note to the friendliness as he's just trying to get you to get up the stairs and get to the encampment.
Can I roll perception just to see what I can see as I'm being ushered through this encampment?
Yeah, absolutely. Roll perception. Like I said, it's not really an encampment. It's more of a halfway house. It's a stairwell up to like a wooden cabin in the trees.
Okay. All right, that's 7. I see
7.
nothing.
Yeah, you just see a lot of trees, very tall trees. And again, this one man-made structure, like pretty well designed. You'd say if it wasn't for it like being called a halfway house, you would have said that this was originally a residence of maybe, you know, a family or some sort of tree tribe, but very individual.
Okay. Yep. I just follow.
Cool.
My way up.
Cool. Signaling at Aaliyah and Bubbles. Up now, quick. We cannot waste time.
Brother, I was first one in.
All right, well, you're up there.
I'm making my way up.
Making your way up?
Piss him off.
Perfect. So he follows in tight behind you guys as you do reach this top. As you're starting to approach, you can hear the weather is starting to get a bit more rough. It's not as nice as the first night that you were traveling, and you hear the distant winds and howls and little rumbles of like thunder and everything rolling in. As it calms over, you approach and you come in. It's like a 3-bedroom sort of array here, like a big living area with sets of bunks. Loris, you would notice this configurement to be very military based. It's bunk after bunk after bunk after bunk, and then like a living chest at the end of each. So this feels like a very military stop, just from obviously a bit of your travels. But you see that room, and then there's a secondary room off the side, more like a captain's quarters with like a planning room and whatnot. And then the final room, which is where you'd be sitting and eating your food. He says, I'll just put my stuff down. I'll come out and I'll explain what is happening, and hopefully you might be of use to us. And he quickly pops into the captain's quarters. You can hear him putting down some stuff here and there.
How many beds are there?
From what you can see, there's about 8. 8 in just this larger area.
Yep.
Does it look like they're all used?
Used?
used recently?
Yeah, it definitely seems like there were entities in these beds. So you can see the beds are not made. Some the linen on it have all been removed, or at the end of the bed, all of the chests are completely open, nothing inside of them. But yeah, definitely recently used.
Yeah, I'd go and sit down.
On one of the beds. Get close to the mic. Oh my lord.
I'm not used to it.
So you
yeah,
sit
I'd
on
go
one of the
and,
bed rolls?
Sit down on one of the bed
Yep.
rolls.
Cool. He
I'd probably.
Yep.
I'd probably look around, see if anyone's injured, need some tending to.
There is no one else here. You guys have just rolled in. It is dead empty.
Okay.
I'd say Yorg would probably walk to like the smack bang middle, and just everyone would watch him just collapse onto the floor and just lay there.
Yeah.
And yeah,
Just collapses, exhausted, tired, lots of travel, and a very, very scary encounter. Just and just
yeah,
lays. Not
just
in
like full starfish.
yeah, not in a way that anyone's worried about you medically, but they know you're wrecked.
Yeah.
I make my way to the towards the entrance of the captain's quarters, and just approach the elf and ask, is your party member going to be okay fighting that griffin by themselves?
Yeah, you see, as you sort of approach, he's like scattering some things. He's got like a little white stone with some runes on it. You see he leans up his staff and pulls out a tome and takes off like a bunch of different bags, piles over some potions. He takes a look at you and goes, "Oh, don't worry about him. He will be fine. He could have taken the griffin by himself, but there were many other dangers there that we could not afford for anyone else to be lost with."
Can you explain? The only thing we saw was the griffin. Were there other creatures there?
Creatures are the less of the worry. Did you not question why a griffin would be attacking you out of nothing?
Well, of course, with it, we were a bit more focused on ensuring our survival.
If we are correct to believe, that was just a pet.
Who would have such a creature as a pet?
We asked the same question. But, nonetheless, they were not part of our worries or queries about our travels. They were just in the way. They took a lot of our men.
In the way?
We are on a
What is going on here?
We are on a specific mission for the princess of the Neverbloom family. She has had one of her items stolen, and we are set to retrieve it. I am Aldeus. I am her counselate and high wizard. I have been traveling with the one you have seen, the paladin, Tyra. He is our fighter, our lead guard, and he is the militia head of the Neverbloom family. You have rolled into something much bigger than yourselves, but nonetheless potentially handy for us, as we have had many loss on this mission due to the fact that we have had the intrusive behaviors of the likes of what we have seen.
Is just Loris hearing this,
Yeah.
or are we all hearing it?
Yeah, this is quiet in the quarters.
Cool. I just wanted to double check before I piped.
If you don't think we could handle a griffin, what makes you think we can be of any use?
We were not expecting a griffin or others. We were expecting to find a common thief, return the goods, and get out. but we again ran into malevolent evils that we did not believe we would face or we've even seen on these lands. They were out of nowhere. Like I said, they were but a bump in our road. And they tore through us, but that is not where we were going. We had plenty for our mission. It was out of nowhere we were attacked. But, as I said, Tyra could deal with the griffin and hopefully was intimidating enough to send the others away.
How many others did you notice?
I don't believe I noticed any others, but I think that someone in your party may have. Nonetheless, let me address the rest of you. I don't like this one-on-one conversation stuff.
I do agree.
Eeks me. And he leads you back into the main area. I am Aldea Salastral. I am the High Counselor of the Neverbloom family and the High Wizard of Verilia Neverbloom, the princess. My team, you have met Tyra. He was the heroic paladin riding a griffin, and he would be fine nonetheless. We were sent on a mission as the amulet of the sequester was taken from Verilia in her sleep, and we were led to believe it was taken by a orcish figure of dark magics to a little hidey hole set of ruins. We thought the ruins we had found were the ones, but unfortunately there were no signs of said thief. So we continued until we were attacked by these creatures. It seemed like you dealt with the little ones, but on our side there were much bigger creatures. So we escaped with very little of our men and then ran into your group, where again we lost a few more before facing. And he kind of looks over to you, Bubbles, goes, the griffin was terrifying, but there was much, much worse out there. And just sort of peeks at you.
So you saw it as well?
I didn't quite, but I've heard the rumors. A beastmaster, camouflaged, dominates even the highest of monstrosities. The griffin was but a pet. He was the danger. But Tyra is much more of a threat. But in our travels, we are still working towards this threat. We do believe now it's just myself, know of some ruins not far from here. We don't believe them to be anything of high-level threat, just a very tame, dark magician per se, and some lonely thieves. But this amulet is an heirloom of the family and must be retrieved. Now, we have lost many a man, and I myself cannot do this by myself, so I can make a quick call, speak with the princess, and I'm sure there was a price tag we could put on your efforts in retrieving it. What do you say?
Personally, I don't mind gold, but I would like access to whatever library his family has. Have we heard of this family before? Or is this kind of just like
I wouldn't say you would know too much. But go for it. Roll history. It's gonna be high DC.
Oh, don't worry, it's an at one. I have absolutely fucking nothing. Don't you worry.
Yeah.
Well,
no
you
idea.
lost brain cells trying to think
Yeah,
about that.
Literally.
Yeah, you copped a nosebleed, and you suddenly just saw a butterfly fly around. You're like, oh, butterfly.
In Yorg's adventures at sea, would he have heard of this royal family?
Roll history for me.
I can do that. Need that one. Where is it? Bum-ba-da, ba-ba-da-da-da. We got that plus that equals 19.
Yeah. So traveling into the continent of Scoresden, generally when you're met at like a port or anything, you're usually given the lowdown of obviously the important names to know. The Neverbloom family is one of them. They are the high rulers over Tauren Peak, and they're one of the three major families, like royal families that take care of the land. You also know that at one time, when we spoke of war at the start of the tale, that their town went to war with another town. And when I say town, I mean like city, cathedral, citadels.
Knowing that, would I be able to make a judgment on like these guys are loaded?
As in the guys that you're standing in front of, or the Neverblooms?
The family.
Oh yeah, they're royal, like royal rich.
Okay. I think your good turn around to be like, okay, if the Griffin's not the worst part of it, how many zeros are we talking about on this goal?
I am but a messenger. I would need to speak with the family. I would imagine there'd be 2 zeros.
Per person or split between?
Oh, split. You are but hired gun if you join. You are not the royal militia. And by the looks of some of your talents, you are lucky to get the work, but we are desperate. Nonetheless, a decent price tag.
I think your good definitely take that to heart and just be like, okay, whatever, short tips, wave him off and walk off to the other side of the.
Can I roll accidental intimidation?
So describe to me how you're trying to intimidate this person accidentally.
It's not so much that I intend to, but I quite like, because I do take offense to what he's just said, and I say, you are the one that has requested our assistance.
Yeah, roll intimidation for me.
Fuck. It's 9.
9.
No, sorry. No, yes, it's 9.
Yeah. He doesn't get intimidated, but you do definitely see like a more stern look. You are not my first choice, but you are not my last. You have seen the likes of which I travel with, and you know the stature that I am at. But desperation is desperation. Coin is coin. I will need your help in retrieving it. The likes of you is not who we would reach out to usually, but we are in desperate needs. We have militia plenty. We have royal perks, but we are but days away from Tauren, and by the time that we get any information to that city, the amulet will be gone. So, we pay you good money. You don't speak or feel anything about the conversation. You do the work. You bring it home. Done is done.
I would respond to him in Elvish and say, Queen sounds good to me. And like, without like looking up or anything, just sort of like still sitting down, like sort of like trying to hide a little bit and just, yeah. Say the Queen sounds good to me.
I think your good shoot thief a look, also knowing Elvish.
Also, knowing Elvish might take a little gander.
I just look
Just a little
confused.
look up.
I give Thief a knowing look, but everyone else is like, what the fuck?
He looks to you in Elvish. So you are the one I will address then. Intelligent one. Coin can be arranged. Will you help?
I think
I'd,
York just mutters under his breath, jackass.
I would respond and say, yes, I will help.
He doesn't even take 2 looks at you, Jorg.
You say jackass in common?
Oh yeah, definitely common. I want
Yeah.
everyone to fucking know how I feel.
Yeah. But again, keeps an eye on you. Stares you up and down, left and right, if you know what I mean. You're an interesting one in Elvish. I will arrange. Please keep the other ones quiet. The nerve on them will keep you out of coin if they continue. And shoots a look back at you, York.
I'm just sitting in the corner whistling to myself, pretending I don't understand a word they're saying.
And then he just waddles back in to his room. You hear him start muttering. Not too much, actually, being like you can actually comprehend because it's very quiet. So it's maybe being like, maybe he doesn't need to speak the words, but he says them anyway because he may be sending something telepathically.
It's like we just hear.
Yeah, usually like.
Pleasant.
You hear the murmurs go quiet as he returns. The princess has said, for your services, without any reference or knowledge of your existence, 150 gold should suffice.
Listen,
What?
is that 50 per person?
I'll make it 200 if he doesn't get a share.
I'd like to be. Sorry, go ahead.
You go.
I'd like to be a little menace and in Elvish say, so about that family library, is that add-on table as well?
She looks at you. I'm sure you could come have a read of a book.
Or 2?
As long as you keep quiet.
I kind of just nod and look away awkwardly.
I'm really confused now. How many people know Elvish?
I think it's us 3.
Wait, what? Oh, fuck.
Is it just me that doesn't?
I don't think Leah knows.
Alia does know Elvish.
Oh shit. Everyone knows Elvish.
Really good.
Here I am, like, I'm an elf. This makes sense for me.
Hey, there's
I
no
live in the
demon
forest.
language, okay? I picked the ones that made the most sense.
That's fair.
Fuck,
Live in a forest. Makes sense, you know. Probably a lot of elves coming through.
Again, looks over to Thief. 150 gold. Do we have a deal?
150 sounds good to me.
Splendid. Well, you will rest the night. And in the morning, at sunrise, you will make your way to the ruins. And then he comes back into common. There will be bandits. This will not be a free taking. And like I said, there is one that knows of dark magics who also has pets. Keep an eye out for them. But they are at ruins. We don't know too much else about the ruins, but they are there. You are there for the amulet. The amulet must be returned for you to cash in. We will make haste in the morning.
Wait, you're coming along with us?
Well, I can't let you out of my sight with a family heirloom.
What a pleasant surprise.
Yes. Pleasant. Is there anything else I need to fill you in, or are you happy for the job?
I just do fucking whistling pretending he doesn't exist.
Those that sounds good to me. Do you have any more, I suppose, details of like what this amulet actually looks like?
Yes. A beautiful piece. Thin chain, large orange gemstone in the middle, embedded in what looks to be a tree-like trinket. To fit a young elvish lady's neck. That's all I really know. I only talk about what I see on it. But it has very high magical abilities and potentials. It was given by the king to his daughter. It is important.
Alright, we will get some rest and prepare to head out in the morning.
I too will need my rest. As he makes his way into the captain's quarters area. There are rations in the kitchen. Help yourself.
I'd like to get some om-noms.
Yep.
And then once I was done eating, go promptly to bed, but not actually go to sleep, but just wait for everyone to go to sleep.
Okay. So you head into the kitchen, down some rations to keep yourself from exhausting, and then you nestle into bed.
I go beside Yorg and I say, "Did you understand that gibberish he was talking?"
I just turn around and like, I turn around and I'm like, yeah, he called you a wank. And just turn around and walk outside to go kick rocks like a moody 12-year-old.
I am definitely going to the kitchen to grab some food.
Perfect.
And then we'll probably go find a bedroll.
I want to head to the kitchen, not so much with Thief, but I'll notice that he's headed off to the kitchen as well. And I want to not so much ask him about his past, but because I'm not experienced with adventuring and things like that, I just want to poke and prod a little bit just to know what experiences he's had with this kind of thing in the past.
Well, here's the floor. Go start chatting. Have a real conversation.
Thief, do you mind if I just pick your brain a little bit? It's obvious.
I guess so.
It's obvious this elven guy has taken a liking to you over most of us here. Have you had much experience in the ways of adventuring?
Not so much adventuring, but I definitely have my own experiences.
From what you can tell, is the price tag they're offering a reasonable amount for the threat level that we are encountering?
For what I am used to, Money is money.
That makes sense. I understand what you were saying.
And if that is all, then I will be off to bed.
You just hear a thud against the wall of a rock that I kicked too hard.
Mhm.
Sorry.
All right. Well, yeah. I just grabbed some grub and I sit down and start eating. I don't head straight to bed.
Mhm.
Because I kind of want to pick Jorgenstein's brain as well about adventuring.
Cool. So Thief, you've gone in, had an eat, and then you've gone for your lay down.
Yeah.
Cool. Bubbles currently in bed. Jorgenstein's kicking soccer balls. Aaliyah.
I'm probably getting some food, and just sitting there picking up my plate because I don't want to go to bed because I feel uncomfortable in a sense because I don't know if I can trust the elf,
Mhm.
considering he's from a royal family and my run-ins with the law. I don't know if this would backfire into me ending up back where I started, which I don't want to end up there again.
Mhm.
So,
Yep.
yeah.
Cool. So Loris, Thief, Bubbles, and Alia have all eaten. Yorgi have not just yet. Yeah.
I think by now he would have cooled off and come back inside and just started like rummaging to like make a sandwich or something.
Cool. Yeah. So you put some rations together and feed yourself. So with this feed, you will avoid any levels of exhaustion as you have been fed and drink. But Yorg, you are now in the kitchen. Loris, did you want to pick brain?
Yorg, my friend, can I just ask you some questions about your previous adventures, perhaps?
I mean, if you must.
Well, I feel like it's not that it's important, but it would definitely play into our hands if we were to develop some sort of, friendship within our party.
Oh, I'm sure we're more than friends, and he just gives you like a slight wink.
Still completely oblivious to social cues, so I just continue. Well, as I don't know if you know this, but this is my first proper adventure. I've never really been outside our city walls. When I started working in the tavern, it was as a favor for my father, and I've pretty much just been playing bouncer for about a year, learning, some of the ropes. But this is really my first time being outside. What?
See, we're very similar in that aspect. I've spent the last 16 years on a giant floating piece of timber and have only recently been bored of the high seas and have decided to try adventuring a little bit more on land.
That does make sense from the sailors that I did have come through the tavern. They did express a want for something more.
It wasn't so much something more, it was more the change of scenery and the experience, for lack of a better description.
Yes. No, I understand. And I just sort of munch away at my food.
I think Jorg would be, because he doesn't do anything slow, so he would have like hunkered down into his food and then walked back out to see Alia, Bubbles, and Thief in bed.
Ali is not in bed.
Oh, sorry. Thief and Bubbles in bed. And I think what's like the distance between the beds?
Oh, I'd say 10 feet.
How big are the beds?
They are single spread, like military issued, so you fit a body in there.
I overhang.
Yes, very much so. I'm sure you could put 2 beds together and make it a comfy one.
These beds are giant. I don't know what you're on about.
I think I would go to the bed beside Thief and just as quietly and as stealthily as I could, just start dragging the bed up beside his.
Roll a stealth check with disadvantage. Well, here's
Flying colors.
That's a 6.
a 6. So, see if you're laying there on your side, facing away from everyone. And then even just like a little as the bed hits your bed.
I hear the sound and I go to walk out, like a little bit startled, and headbutt the door frame and like shake the whole treehouse.
Love it.
So I've noticed this bed being pulled up beside me. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It was. It bumped into your bed.
I would sort of roll over and be like, not tonight. Fuck off.
I'll see what they've just done. I'll be like, oh, that does make sense. That is how I would sleep comfortably. And I go over and get 2 beds and then just sort of like pull them together.
I thought you were about to say, that's like the bedrolls, and put a third one next to it and just made a bunker line.
Yeah, just push all of the beds together so that it's just 6 beds in a line.
Yeah. You see, like, again, and our Deus Puppy said, "What in the ever-living fuck are you doing?"
I think Yorg would just turn around and be like, "Shut up, pretty boy, it was his idea," and point to Loris. And be like, "This man is a genius. If you put the beds together, it's more comfortable."
Roll a deception check for me.
There's no way I pass this. I gotta. Hold on.
A
It's
what?
deception. Give me a minute. Where the fuck is it? Oh, there. I got a 15.
15. He looks at you.
I just want to play in, like I know he's lying because he's saying it about me, but I want to play in and be like, yes, it was all my decision. Because, you know, I'm a little bit torn that Jorg told me he thinks I'm a bastard. Like, you know, yeah.
So he looks over at Yorg, just gives like this glare, looks back at you and goes, "Well, for someone your size, it is a smart decision." And then looks back at you and goes, "So why did you follow suit? And
Because
why is
two
it next to the boy?"
First of all, don't call him a boy. That just makes it weird. Second of all, it means it's more comfortable than having 2 people on one bed.
Just the longest sigh, like,
It's like teenage antics.
yeah. Well, I hope you get a good night's sleep. And just goes back to the captain quarters.
Yorg's like, oh, we will.
Yeah, literally what I was
At this point, I'm fucking back out of bed, like trying to separate the beds.
Make a contested strength check with Yorg.
Fuck. Yes, this strength-based fighter.
I'm making sure I'm using the dice and not the website. Oh fuck! Righto.
Oh.
He got a nat 20.
Natural 20.
Well,
You-
that's fine. I'm not going to say mine.
The absolute will of this person to not sleep next to someone turns this tiny little ransacked human and just pushes your bed away. You fall onto it, sliding with it as he just reaches it away, and you just see even a little bit of blue enters his eyes of like, don't you fucking dare.
I like how this was okay, and it's time for bed, and we've done this whole.
Welcome to D&D, Gex.
Yep.
Yep.
We have high level combat and pushing the beds together.
Don't forget
Jeez.
tail touching.
Oh, tail touching. Yeah. And force drinking and disappearing into nothingness while tripping over chairs. Yep.
Remember bubbles.
Remember bubbles. Remember.
I think I think at this point Jorg would realize that I'm having a mind blank. Loris is like the most unaware. So he would kind of just like walk over to the two beds Loris has pulled together and like squeeze himself in on it.
Because Loris is like spread eagle on this shit.
And mainly because he knows that Loris has no idea if this is right or wrong or what to feel about it. So he knows he can get away with it.
You're basically like the pet dog, like rolling up on the edge of the bed, being like, "Let me sleep here, master."
You mean like that? You mean like that?
Yeah.
Who's on my side of the bed where my feet go? Yeah,
Yep.
that one.
Yep. Exactly that one.
So I'm laying in 1 1/3 of a bed, all sprawled out, and I feel you'll get into bed.
Yep.
And I just sort of shuffle over just a little bit, like make yourself comfortable, friend.
Appreciate it. Unlike the asshole over there, and like just straight stares daggers at thief.
All right. So who is falling asleep?
Got
Oh, I'm
Yes.
well and truly out like a light.
Yeah. So first out, Jorg.
Holy shit, that was so
I
good.
am I will be sleeping, yes. Whatever like my elf version of sleeping is.
You're doing your 4-hour stint.
Yeah, my 4-hour trance or whatever the fuck it
Cool.
says I do.
Yep. Bubbles is faking sleep.
During
It
all of,
sounds exactly like that.
No, God, no.
during all of the bed swapping, Alia snuck in and fell asleep.
Alia is out. Cool. I imagine also Alia would be out like a light once the guard comes down, because the constant having a guard up just is so fatiguing that the minute you can actually let it go, you're just out.
Oh, she is snoring so fucking loudly that,
Yeah.
yeah, she is out.
Yep. Loris?
Yes, yep, I am falling asleep.
Cool.
With
All right.
tail stroke.
All right.
Tail wrapping.
What I want done here is Thief, Bubbles. I want you to roll a d20. It's just a straight roll.
I got a 16.
I got a 4.
4. All right. So, Thief, you stay entranced. However, Bubbles, you are not quite asleep. Looking to fade, but you do start to hear a little bit of shuffling, a little bit of skittering, and very quiet talking from where you are.
I would. I was I was waiting for everyone to go to sleep.
Everyone
but
is
I
now
did-
asleep.
Yep. I wanted to go to the captain's quarters. I didn't, and either just like write it on a note or whatever.
Remember bubbles.
Yeah, no. Remember. I wanted to leave a note in Druidic.
Okay.
And I can leave hidden messages.
Yes, you
so
can.
But I assume that's not. I can write it on paper and it's like disappearing. Or can I do that?
I don't see why not.
Oh fuck
I
yeah!
can fit
Okay,
forward.
well I'm doing that. I just want to write in a piece of paper. Write on a piece of paper. Jesus. In Druidic, I would like to have a one-on-one and slip it under the door, and then also maybe take note if the talking is coming from there.
So there is no doors. This isn't a doors type of house. Yes, the talking is definitely coming from there. So you write your little note. Now, are you stealthily moving towards the captain's quarters, or are you just stomping?
I mean, I'm not stomping, but I'm not trying to be like super sneaky either.
Okay.
Like, just nice and casual.
Hmm.
I'm not trying to wake everyone up, but I'm also not trying to be a little sneak.
Okay. So you walk past everyone. So in a tendency to try to keep people asleep, there is a level of quiet. As you get to the end of the bedrolls, you are approaching the captain's quarter. You can hear Aldeus speaking a little bit more fiery than usual.
Can I make out what they're saying at all?
Not from where you are. You would need to get closer.
I think I'm just gonna kind of pass my note as hidden as I can, and then kind of just back off and go back to bed.
Again, to pass your note, you will need to get closer because this is an open doorway, and to get it into an area where it would be in the captain's quarters and not picked up as rubbish, you will need to get closer.
Okay, I'll get closer.
Again, are you doing that stealthily or are you loud?
Yeah, I'll be
All
a
right.
little sneaky snake.
Make a stealth check for me.
Oh, dirty 20.
Dirty 20. You are but a whisper in the air. You are dead silent. You start to approach, creeping up to this. All right. Now that you're stealthy, you can get as close as you really want to. So I'm going to say make a perception check with advantage.
Oh, with advantage, we have an 11.
An 11. That'll be enough to get a good idea of what's going on. So as you sort of sneak up to go to put the little note on the ground, you listen and you sort of peep around and you see Aldeus holding that white stone again, or we're holding that white stone that was placed on the wall. White stone, bit of runic on it, but he's holding it to himself. We were overrun. I can't. There's not much else I can do. All my spell slots have been dispelled. I have taken far too much damage. The rest will not be able to hold. I believe I have to come back. But I have hired some gun. They will be able to retrieve and bring me the amulet. No worries about it. But if you do request I continue, I will continue. There's a light pause. Thank you. This might have spelled the end of me if I continued on. I will tell them to retrieve it, meet me in Tower Ren Peak, and I will grab the amulet. Little pause. I couldn't say I trusted them, but enough money has been thrown their way to be able to retrieve it. Pause. All right, we will speak soon. He puts the rock down. He is turning to go to his bed.
Is it like there's like a little desk there?
No. So he was just standing, sort of looking into like a shelving area.
Yeah.
And he's turning to go back to his bed.
Is there somewhere I can stealthily leave the note and then just stealthily go back out?
There's no real like stealthily place to leave the note. Maybe at the end of his bed, but the further you go in with the note, the harder the stealth to get out will be.
Yeah. If I were to leave it where I am now, would it be mistaken for trash?
I wouldn't say so.
Okay, cool. I'll just leave it there.
Cool. And then you're gonna try to exit without him seeing you.
Yeah.
Cool. You've already had a pretty high stealth check, so do another stealth check. It's a pretty low DC.
Ooh. How low we talking? Like
8.
like a whew, we got an 11.
An 11. Cool. You managed to peel out without being heard peeling out.
Okay, cool. And then I'm gonna take note of what I heard and go to bed.
Yeah. You all take your rests. Yeah, nothing too hard. To the sounds of lightning and thunder and rain and the exhaustions of your travels allow you to have a great night's sleep. You all awake. Adeus making a loud announcement. I have been asked to return. I am too battle worn to continue. So I will not be with you on your travels. However, I would appreciate speed, efficiency, and honesty. 150 gold will be waiting for you in Stavor Run. We are but in a small town, counseling with them for their livestock, as they are one of the only to produce a type of livestock. So once you have retrieved that, please meet me and the counselor back in Stavor Run. I will be at the... Going back to my old notes now. 1 second. Sorry. Apologies.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've got too many notes. You know when you just have too many notes, right?
I've
Yep.
got like
Yeah,
4.
right now.
So yes.
Yeah.
I have a nice,
I have
nice 2 pages worth of notes.
half a book's worth of stuff right now.
Because those like
Chris, like, what's
notes.
going on? We're
I
meant to be
got-
taking notes.
Peter dash Bucky.
Nice. Doing well.
Bucky.
Doing really good. I'm so
That
proud
is
of you.
literally all I had.
It's okay, Chris. You can read my notes.
Cool, thank you. I don't know what
Mary's got like the whole session game dot forms.
Good. It is.
I have
Good.
shit memory. I have to write it down.
So do I, but I also can't tell what shit I need to write down. So
Gotta
Yeah,
just
what
write down
is
too much.
important? Just everything, yeah.
Everything.
What was that
I-
random NPC's name? Got it.
Yeah, literally.
Perfect.
This NPC we're never going to see ever again. What was their name?
Ah, yes. Found it. Once you return to Stavor Run, I will be at the Dawn's Quarrel. There's a cafe in there. You will find me there. What?
What was the town called again?
Stavor Run. Stavor Run. STAAVORE Run. But if that is all, I am but to return back to Stavor Run. It's So any other questions or needs before I leave?
So if you want to accompany us, will we be meeting with Tyra? Have you been in contact?
My contacts have said Tyra has also returned after the fight. He took conclusive amount of damage and needed very urgent medical care. It will be your party.
I think at this
Us going in alone.
Yes.
Understood.
I think at this point, Yorg's just turned around and go, "Oh, pussy." Just
What?
absolutely hating this guy. I got a bad feeling.
Your words could not
Or like
hurt.
a cloth out. Yorg, are you okay? You don't sound too well.
Yeah, I just had a hair in my throat.
Young man, your words could never hurt me, but I can make mine hurt you.
Did he just make a Sticks and Stones reference?
See, I'll wait for the vicious mockery.
Well.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
Just know there's spells called Power Word, and they hurt. Go ahead after the session, look up Power Word, and just look up pain, and it's pain, death,
There's stun.
stun.
Yeah.
There's kill.
Yeah. Power Word kill. That's a fun one. That's what he's
Heard of
referencing.
them.
If that is all, I will make my way and I will meet you back in Stable Run. It's hard for me to say. Safe travels. You were gonna say?
And we just walk in, watch him walk away. But so you want to know a little bit something interesting? Just because I couldn't see, I wasn't too sure what languages I did speak. So I just went back and had a quick look. Apparently, I did speak Elvish, but now it makes sense for me not to. So I did roll to change it.
Let's say you did speak Elvish, and you lost it.
Mm-hmm.
That's wild.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone chose Elvish.
But
I didn't choose it. I that was a roll.
there you go.
Good roll.
But as you're all standing there, you see him lift his scepter up. He crushes a few ingredients into it. He spirals to halfway, and then basically you see him pull half his stuff up while his hand gestures down as he opens up a doorway. I will see you in Stable Run as he walks through the doorway. And on the disappearance of Ardaeus, that's where we're going to end our session.
I'm assuming that that sleep was considered a long rest. Yeah.
It certainly was. So you can take the effects of a long rest, everybody.
Wrong button.
But that is where we will end tonight's session.
Yippee!
Yippee!
That one. Take one.
And is there anything anyone would like to say before we end the session, like the session tonight?
Good job, everyone.
Yeah,
I think
very
that
well
was
done.
good.
Very well done.
I like the amount of like the role playing and
Yeah. Between you guys, there's a good level of RP. We'll do this as the breakdown, but one moment. But I want to thank everyone that was joining us for tonight. It is our first of many episodes of Campaign 1 of OneTapTales. So, buckle down, get cozy, get comfortable, because we're in for a long ride. But I'll see you in the next one. Every 3 weeks on a Friday, we'll be back in the tavern. Love, peace, and burgeries.